All right, everybody, we're coming on early and waiting to see who comes here live with us. Yes, some of you are ready. We've been doing that gratitude stack. I know. And normally that's how we start this, but we wanted to give you more time with Les Brown today and to hear from you. If you could comment in the chat where you're watching from, and also take time to share this, because what Les Brown is about to give will be beneficial to everyone.
Deep in your heart.
And we're actually not doing the stack right now. That was a practice. That's end of day. So I want to introduce you to Danny Theron, my guest co-host today. You're also going to hear from him tomorrow. He is the webinar whisperer. When he comes around tomorrow, you're going to be able to just take your webinars. He's known in the ClickFunnels community as the guy to go to for getting those webinars that are high converting. But right now, he's playing co-host because he's a servant leader, one of my new favorite people on the planet. So Danny, thank you so much for co-hosting today.
You're welcome. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you for having me. It's super nice. Just to make sure, all I have to do is click comments on the right, and I will see comments that will appear.
That's right. That's right.
I'm so good with technology.
Yeah.
Guys, welcome here. I'm so glad that we get to be here today together. It's going to be an amazing day. Guys, you're in for a treat today. We have some amazing guests. But before we get moving on, before we start talking a bit about the day, tell me a bit about you. What's your name? Where are you located? Where are you listening from? Right? I want to know who are you, where you're listening from. So please put it in the chat. Let's make this interactive. The goal right now is to have fun, to warm us up for the master Les Brown, who will come to teach us his secret, the way influence, the way persuade, how he's happy, how to the secrets to happiness and everything. So yeah, guys, Erica is from Long Beach, California. Erica, good to see you. Good to hear from you. And welcome this morning. We will have an amazing day together. It will be so fun. So highly glad that you are here. Again, guys, how was your first day yesterday? How was yesterday? Sorry, by the way, I'm still learning English every single day. I used to not speak English at all, like no longer than 2 years ago. So I will do a lot of those mistakes. But you know what? Mistakes are part of life, right? And as long as we embrace them, as long as we fell forward and we learn, that's amazing. So, guys, I'm super happy to be with you. Again, there's some new people. Welcome in. Welcome to the room. Tell us what's your name, where are you from. Guys, we're very, very, very excited to have you here. And one question I would have for you guys right now before we get started is, what's your number one reason to be here today, right? What's your number one reason to be here today? Alan, great that you're super excited. That's amazing. I have my Oura ring too, right? It's nice to have a 88 sleep. So you're in for a great day. You will learn fast, memorize faster. That's amazing. So guys, what's your number one reason for being here? Right? When we approach a learning situation, one of the worst thing or one of the last thing we want to do is approach it in order to, I want to learn information. I want to get new information in. That won't bring a lot of results, right? The best way for you to be active, to learn, to transform yourself, to evolve, to progress, to like reach a milestone using that Uprise Business Amplifier Summit is to approach it with a goal in mind, to approach it with questions in mind, to approach it with a goal that you want to accomplish, something that like some problems that you want to stop holding you back and stuff like that, right? So you listen differently. So you understand things differently. So you are seeking things. So you are active instead of passive, right? So guys, let me ask you that. What is that your goal for this summit, right? So Erica wants to learn from the best. Amazing, Erica. That's one of the best things you can do in life in order to make progress faster, right? Tony Robbins says it. What I do is I learn from the best and then I model them. It's not the word for word quote, but it's the quote, right? So Alan wants to stay motivated and grow his existing business and help others in their businesses. That's amazing. That's an amazing goal. I love it. Thank you for participating. So, guys, again, there's new people joining us right now. Welcome in. We're in for a treat today. We're going to have the master Les Brown, the legendary Les Brown. We're going to have some great speaker. Adawa will speak about the power of networking. It's going to be amazing. The power of connection. It's going to be out of this world. So, you really make sure to be here today. Sit down comfortably, have fun, go get a glass of water, take a couple deep breaths. It's going to be amazing. So, guys, by the way, I feel the energy. I don't know if you feel as much energy as me, but like it's like I'm high in energy today. Like yesterday pumped me up. The fact that we're about to have the legendary Les Brown pumps me up too. I'm just happy to be here with you guys. Grateful to be here with you, and it's going to be amazing. So, Erica, hi, Facebook user from London, UK. Nice to have us with you today. I'm glad to have us, and you're going to be in for a treat today. It's going to be so much fun. You're going to learn from world-class speakers having world-class results. They're going to give you their knowledge, their way of thinking, their belief. They're going to motivate you, inspire you, and really push you towards reaching your maximum potential. So that's amazing. Ashta, Ashta, I hope I say your name well. Nice to meet you. I'm glad that you're here. We are glad to have you. So it's your first time here, but right now, that's the cool thing is that I promise it won't be your last time here. You're in for a great day. We're gonna hear from legendary speakers. We're gonna have legendary knowledge, legendary mindset. It's gonna be so cool. So you really are at the right place at the right time. And thank you for being with us this morning. It's gonna be amazing. So another Facebook you, Adriana. Good to hear from you, Adriana. Good to see you. We're glad to have you here. Again, it's gonna be an amazing day. We're gonna have so much fun with masters like Les Brown, Adara, and all that great knowledge that we're about to discover. Brenda, good to hear from you. Good morning. So, guys, again, tell me where you're from if you haven't. We want to make this interactive. We want to have fun. The goal is to have high energy, right? Tony Robbins says it. Where focus goes, energy flows. If you focus, if you're interactive, if you're all in with us today, answering our question, typing in the chat, you are going to learn so much more. It's just non-comparable, right? So answer us, play with us, speak, write, ask question, take notes, right? That's important. So Brenda from DeLand, Florida. Hey, Brenda, I'm going to move from Canada to Florida in November this year. I'll be a new American, right? I can't wait. It's going to be amazing. So I hope Florida is the place because I have been like 2 weeks in my life and now I'm about to stay there forever with my new baby. So my little daughter, look at her. I just say her name and like I gotta show her I love her so much. Anyway, that's I'm so happy to be here today. But it's gonna be a good day, guys. It's going to be a super good day. So again, one thing I've asked people, and I know a lot of people have joined since, is what is your number one reason for which you are here today? Right? What's the number one reason? What's the number one goal that you have that you love to accomplish? What is the thing that is holding you back right now at the moment that if you could overcome, if you could accomplish or remove as a problem in your life or business, would bring you forward, would push you forward, would help you achieve your goal. So, what's the goal you have in mind for this seminar? And again, guys, there's a reason in why I ask that. Is because if you approach this situation and this seminar and this summit passively, if you're like, cool, Uprise Business Amplifier, cool, I hear from masters like Les Brown, cool, I hear from Adora who knows like everybody in the world and must have like Michael Jordan and speed dial teaching me how to make connection. If you only take the information, there will be no transformation. Remember that, guys. If you passively hear the information, you will have no transformation. But if you're here for the transformation, if you're here for progress, if you're here because you want to make things better for you, your family, your business, your future, if you're here to serve your mission, have more impact, have more freedom, if you're here to make more money or more profit, what is it that's holding you back? And what should you learn in order to be able to overcome that challenge or difficulty, right? What is it? Super, super, super important to do that. And if you don't have it yet, take the time to think about it, right? You don't want to approach this passively, guys. You want to approach this actively. because that's how you will have a transformation. That's how you will reach the next milestone, right? You must approach this with a goal in mind, a goal of getting better in something, a goal of removing an obstacle, a challenge, a difficulty from your life, right? And that's how I promise you will succeed. Does that make sense, guys? Are you with me on that? Like, who's like, oh yeah, it will make way much more sense if I approach that with a goal, Daddy. You're totally right. Like, I can get that. So I'll think about my goal and I'll write it down. Like, who's with me on that one, guys? Write it in the chat. Brenda, thank you for congratulating me. Wants to find her purpose. That's amazing. That's amazing. And honestly, Brenda, finding a purpose is a lifetime of work. It's such a beautiful and noble thing to do. And it's an important thing in order to serve the world and have impact and serve a mission to the best of our ability with who we are and what we can do, right? So congrats on doing that. That's so, so cool. If you only take, yeah, that's me. I said that. If you only take the information, there will be no transformation. Abdul said yes. Ashta said yes. Alan said yes. Abdul said, I'm with you. Yeah, that's amazing, guys. That's amazing. So please write it down. Brenda said it. Brenda, you're amazing. Please, first of all, let's congratulate Brenda for having been upfront and say, that's my goal. That's why I'm here. And then, yeah, hey, Adora, good thing.
Listen, I have a surprise for you, Danny. Okay, but
surprise.
before, and I know you're like, I already know Les Brown is coming, but because of the heart that Les Brown has, we're going to have a surprise for you, and I'll speak to that why. But before I do, if you're watching right now, I want you to be in generosity because we pay attention. Les and I always debrief after. How did things go? I want you to share this. Share it on your Facebook page. Share. All right? Generosity always comes back. And we have a living legend with us. We have a legacy that Mr. Les Brown, who transcends across generations from the White House to athletes to my own son, who's 24. I found out spent a year in Japan in a very dark moment. He got one track from Les Brown and he just listened to it again and again and again. And look, I personally have been outrageously blessed by the words of Les Brown. But when those words reach and influence your children, when you had nothing, he found Les on his own. At a certain point, kids start healthy, looking for their own resources. Pinky Cole, who owns Slutty Vegan, was talking to me on the phone, and she said, Les Brown is my original mentor, and any entrepreneur that knows Les Brown is the man, right? So he's been able to create a legacy with his words. And I know many of you would love to be able, in your own way, to create a legacy, to move people with your story, your message, your words. Man, even get your kids to move to brushing their teeth when you ask them to, right? Is an art, but to be able to actually move people into faith, into belief, into being bigger, into taking action, like the cause we're taking action for, which is ending child trafficking and supporting child trafficking, and the causes that you're all a stand for. I see you all sharing. Let's share some more. I want you blowing up the comments, and I want you to notice something right here. So before we bring up the Mr. Les Brown, who I'm thrilled about, Danny, one of the reasons we've have him here co-hosting is on our last event. I barely knew Danny, but every time the team reached out and said, will you share? Will you post? He was totally in service, sharing everywhere, kind and responsive to the team very quickly. Another thing that Danny did is Danny said, I don't even have anything to sell, but he is known as the, because he's booked with clients. But he said, I want to serve these entrepreneurs. And he gave his $1 million formula that he'll be giving again and tomorrow on webinars and how to get high converting webinars. You know, in the ClickFunnels circle, everybody knows Danny's the guy to go to for that. He's giving that to you. And he did it pure in generosity. And even today, and between when I said, we're doing an event in Atlanta with Les, he said, how can I support? And I said, well, tell me what you think. He said, I think I'll be most useful helping you get your offer together that you make there, so we can move more money, help more people, all of that. And I went, well, I want to give back to you. I want to give back to you because that's what happens, right? When you, so Les, I mean, you can't even plan this stuff. Les goes, you know what, Adora? I will talk to these speakers about how to create a legacy in with their words. But is there someone we can bring up, Justin? I love you. I know Eric because of you. And I know Danny because of Eric, and Justin and I are on that one connection away. Justin is a human, just a tremendous human being. In fact, Justin, I need to connect you with Lisa because she has autistic children. So Justin has a phenomenal story. Anyway, so Danny, Les said, is there someone I can use as an example and work with them live? And I said, you know what? We have just the guy. I think Danny has been in such service and would love this so much that we ought to work with Danny. Danny, is that all right with you?
It's amazing. Is that all right? Of course it is.
Right, of course it is.
Why?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. Hello, how are you?
I'm amazing. How about you?
It's always a treat when great people meet. I'm cancer-free, debt-free, and drama-free.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yes, and I go, you listen, I go to the Slutty Vegan quite often. I've set out in my car and they go in there and get my food and bring it out. So I see that you have someone here that's familiar with, I think, who created that. I'm so glad to be able to speak to everyone this morning. This is a very special time. And I want to share something with you. I want everybody to write this down. Because this conversation I'm going to have with you, I would not do with just any audience. But because of who you are and because of what you have going for you, and because of your experience and your knowledge and the stand that you've decided to take with your life, I know that you can handle it. So I want you to write this down. Story spotting. Story spotting. I want you to write that down. Now, Danny, I want to ask you some questions, please.
All right, I'll give you some answers.
I want you to think, Danny, when you look at, when you look at who you are and the stand that you have taken with your life, I want you to take me and take us to a moment in your life that things were not so good, that you went through something. Viktor Frankl said that in life, you either in a problem or just left one or headed toward one. He also said that adversity introduces a man or woman to themselves. So I want you to share with us a moment, the earliest moment in your life, something that you experienced. It was a defining moment. What was that?
The earliest I can give you.
Mm-hmm.
The earliest. I was always beat up at school by older kids because I was ugly and my teeth were like this, and it would be like 5 to 6 guys kicking me, and I was like having 6 years old, 7 years old. It stays like that until I'm 12. So I started to learn how to fight, boxing, MMA, kickboxing, and it just made me confident that nobody can bully me again. And it gave me confidence to like stand for myself instead of just like will people like stump on me.
I'm bumping in just for a moment because we're hearing a bit of an echo, Danny. I know we're in a deep coaching, but I don't know if there's anything you can do. It's when you
Okay, used to be bullied.
bumping in
Um,
just for, but I don't know if there's anything you
I
can do.
I
It's when
can use
His
my
voice, your voice, and Danny's voice is dropping out on me.
I can use my
Can you hear me okay, Les?
There's some. I'm missing
Can
something.
you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay. I cannot hear Danny okay.
can you hear me okay?
Danny is frozen. Okay, now I can hear when you just said that, and then it went
Okay.
out. Okay.
Cool. So
So
yeah, did
Danny,
you
you said you were bullied in school because of your teeth,
Yeah, because I was ugly,
and so
small, broke, and yeah, teeth were ugly. Yeah.
okay now the and so you got into boxing,
Yeah.
and as a result of that, because of your ability, your physical ability to defend yourself, people stop bullying you. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I want you to think about when you made the decision that you were going to learn something that would allow you to stand up for yourself. And I want you to use a single adjective and an example. What what adjective would you use in terms of describing what happened in you that you decided that you're going to do something to bring this to a stop, to do something that will prevent yourself from being picked on and bullied? What's in terms of your character and your attitude and your mindset? What's number one that you would describe?
I'd say I don't have adjective because I'm learning English. So, but I was about to explode from the inside. Like I was not able to tolerate or handle it anymore. I don't know the adjective for that.
Okay, so you all right. So let's say defiant. You decided, no, I'm not going to be a victim. You're not going to be able to just push me around and take advantage of me and ridicule me and treat me like I'm a non-entity. Okay? Give me another example. You just describe it and I'll give you the word. You became defiant. You said, no, this is not going down like this. What else happened in you? Your character, your mindset, your attitude.
Um, Confidence. It develops serious confidence.
Confidence. Excellent. Very good. And give me one more. Confident.
I'd even say it gave me charisma because now I was, for the first time of my life, willing to approach people because I was not afraid of being rejected or being bullied.
Charisma. What does charisma look like? What does that mean to you?
Um, at that moment of my life, it was just being happy to be able to talk to someone and like have a good and positive vibe that people love to receive instead of like be having my shoulder rolled, looking on the floor and like like being afraid of everybody, right?
Got it. Okay. Fantastic. So that's approachable.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. Very good. Do you mind if that I take a swing at your story?
100%. Go for it.
Do you mind?
No, no, no. Go for it.
Okay, good. I am. I'm just laughing at myself and you because I just like who you are, your energy and your willingness to serve. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to think about your goals and dreams. I want you to think about what is it you want to do with your life as you look at your life in and out of the pandemic. We're going through a major disruption. And people right now, many people are depressed, feeling powerless, overwhelmed, feel out of control, hopeless, and feel like they are in a situation that's over their head. And I say to you, as I stand before you now, that there are stages in our lives, there are seasons in our lives that we all are in situations like that. I remember when I was in school, when I was younger, I used to be picked on because of my teeth. I was bullied. I was teased constantly, humiliated. And for a time, I took it. And then something happened in me. I want you to write this down, a defining moment, that I got to a point that I'd had it. I got to a point that I said, I've got to do something about this. This is not right. I've got to do something to deal with this. And the people that are going to make it through this place where we are, where they say artificial intelligence will replace over 350 million jobs, this place where people are having their lives turned upside down, domestic abuse, the suicide rate has increased not only among adults, but young people, as I was a young person at that time, that there are some people that are like me. And I want you to write this down. Become defiant and say, no, I'm going to make it. I'm not a victim. I started taking up boxing. And as I became more skilled in my training on how to defend myself, I wasn't interested in going out and attacking anybody. What I wanted to do was to draw the line, to say, I'm not the one. Don't come for me. I didn't call an Uber. Don't come for me. Don't come over here. You might run over here, but you will limp back. And the word went out. Say, don't pick on Danny. Because Danny don't play. Oh, Danny boy. Danny don't play. No. That sometimes in life you have to become defiant. That you get to the point where you say, I've had it. And I'm not going to go through life as a victim. I will live life victoriously. And that was a turning point. That when you decide, when you draw the line, when you decide and draw the line in the sand, that no, life is not going to use me like this. I'm not a victim. And from that day to this day and going forward, I've defied the odds. I've overcome a lot of stuff. And some things I did not overcome. That life, it's a process of learning to discipline yourself, of working yourself, of upgrading your knowledge and your skills, of elevating your relationships and expanding your vision and dreams, and deciding to do as Abraham Lincoln said. He said, the future belongs to me because I'm going to create it. I decided to create a different kind of future for Danny. And I'm encouraging you to do the same thing. Here's something else. By working on myself, people begin to see me differently. There was a certain charisma about me. I want you to write this down, ladies and gentlemen. Confident. The people that are going to make it today, not only are they defiant, not only are they willing to work on themselves and upgrade their knowledge and skills and expand their awareness of who they are and what they have going for them, but they are individuals who become defiant. And people will feel that energy. They will now see you with different eyes. And what you're able to do is take on things and challenge yourself and go beyond your comfort zone, which Brian Tracy calls the danger zone. Your greatness is waiting on you. And as a result of that, I push myself. As a result of that, I challenge myself. And the more that I did, the more confident that I became, and I realized I can do more. Something that Robert Schuller talked about, peak to peak, P-E-A-K to P-E-E-K. That I went to another level, and I looked at that and said, whoa, there's something else. And I kept going, and I kept going, and I'm still doing that. I'm like the lady who said, Lord, I ain't what I want to be, ain't what I'm going to be, but thank God, I sure ain't what I was. That old Danny that people used to pick on, He's not here anymore. No, in order for a man to gain his life, he must lose his life. Yeah, I'm a kind of person, and you'll become a different kind of person when you become defiant, when you become confident, and you realize that you're made in the likeness and image of God, and you've been given authority and dominion over everything on the face of the earth. People will see that in you. Here's something else: approachable. I used to go around, and you could tell by my body language, by my countenance, by my physical appearance, that you can tell that I didn't want people to come near me. You could feel that defeatist energy that I had. But then when I got into alignment with my awareness of who I was as a person, that level of awareness, that self-awareness increased my self-approval. And when I began to elevate how I felt about me, people can feel and pick up on that energy. I deserve to be treated better than this. And I owe it to myself to bring out the greatness that I have within me. I owe it to myself to engage in an ongoing process. And I'm doing so to this day of developing myself, of growing myself. Self-development is very important, and expanding my vision of what's possible for me, and being a force for good, and understanding the scripture, all things work together for good for those who love God. You know, every day won't be a good day, but there's some good in every day.
Mhm.
And people can see it. And that level of being approachable and being around people, and people wanting to be with you and connect with you, because none of us can do the things that we want to do by ourselves. One goose can fly 75% further in formation with other geese than it could ever fly by itself. And this is a time that not only must we be defiant and confident, but a time to create community, collaborative, achievement-driven, supportive relationships of people who are going in the direction of where we are going. Relationships rub off on you. Create an environment that feeds your spirit. Create an environment with people that you can learn from, people that you can grow from, people that empower you and you empower them. My name is Danny, and the D stands for dream big, discipline yourself, and determine what you want, and go for it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Bye for now.
Wow. That was amazing.
Danny, tell me what you think about what I did with that.
That was amazing. That was amazing. I love how you can illustrate and put feelings and just like shine energy through a story, right? Shine emotion through a story and like make it. I think vivid is the word, right? Where it's actually there, right? You can almost touch it. So yeah, it was amazing. And that's exactly what
Thank you.
happened.
I want some comment. Go ahead. What were you about to say?
I was just about to say this is exactly what happened in my mind, right? So you really described it in more detail, but that's what happened in my mind for real. I deserve to be treated better. Nobody will fuck with me anymore, right? That's enough. All I want is that, and I love people actually, so I open up to people as long as I feel that they will open up to me. So yeah, that was amazing.
Absolutely, you became approachable. Yes, I want everybody to take some notes on some things, and then I'd like to get some comments. But before I move on, I like to talk about story spotting. What I listen to, the best speakers, the best presenters, the best entrepreneurs are the best listeners. I listened to him, and as I listened to him and tuned into his energy and his spirit, it inspired me to create a conversation that would be of value, not just for him, but for those of you that are listening. That as you learn, and I do story coaching and spotting with people that I work with in my one-on-one coaching with a limited number of people. I'm 78. I don't know how much time that I have left, and something Bishop T.D. Jakes said, there's no success without successors. So I'm teaching people how to spot stories and how to use stories stories, and I want you to write this down. How people live their lives is result they believe about themselves. How people live their lives is result of the story they believe about themselves. And so there came a moment, a defining moment, that Danny said, in this defiant moment, I'm going to create a new story. I'm going to develop and increase my skills to be able to stand up for myself. And he got into boxing. And people began to see him differently because there was a level of confidence that he had. He wasn't going to go out and pick fights with people, but when you work on yourself, when you begin to strengthen yourself and become involved in physical activity, to train yourself, to defend yourself in martial arts or in boxing, there's something about your persona. There's something about your energy. There's something about how people feel when they're in your presence. And Danny, in that moment of defiance, Danny, and working and training himself, he became more confident, and people picked up on that. See, people don't buy from you, they buy into you. And there was a charisma all of a sudden about Danny, who would go around with his head down, not looking people in the eyes. There was a charisma about him, an energy, a magnetism that he became approachable. And people wanted to be around him. People wanted to be connected with him. Danny became a different person. And as we look at ourselves and look at where we are, we're going through disruptions right now. And disruptions demand transformation. And Danny engaged in a process to transform himself. And as he changed how he saw Danny, everybody else who knew Danny, they changed on how they saw him. His body language, his countenance, his energy, his confidence, they changed how they saw him, because Danny, who would one time looked like a victim, began to live life victoriously. So as I listened to him, to get the story, won't you write this down? Create an experience. If you're a teacher or entrepreneur or coach, business owner, that you want to create an experience, you want to create, and write this down, create the thirst where people want what it is that you have. When I heard the name Slutty Vegan, what's that? And when I went there and got a sandwich, which is just phenomenal. And it's a mic drop when you see it. And it's delicious and it's healthy. It was operating out of a thinking of Henry David Thoreau. Do not go where the path may lead, go where there's no path and leave a trail. This person created a restaurant and a concept of preparing food that had not been done before. The Slutty Vegan. Who would do that? Somebody that's an icon, somebody that's a non-traditional thinker, somebody that believes in operating to the beat of their own drummer. And that's who you are. This is the time that you have to create. This is the time that you realize that you are unique. You're an unrepeatable miracle. You are a masterpiece because you're a piece of the master. This is your moment. Yes. And so as you look at yourself, look at your goals and dreams, I want you to think about that, there's something in you. You were deployed, but when life got its hands on you, you volunteered to be employed, but you were deployed because there's something in you. You were chosen out of 400 million sperm, and you were deployed with gifts in you to push humanity forward. Your gift will make room for you. And Danny, his gift is making room for him. Danny, people, thousands of people are being inspired and encouraged and motivated to live their dreams rather than their fears. Because this doesn't really matter what you go through. What matters is what you do with it.
Yeah.
Life is lived going forward, but we learn from it looking back. Give me some questions, please.
So powerful. Danny, do you have a question? Because he just spoken to you and there may be something fresh. I'll let you go first.
No, first of all, I want to say that is
I just
purely
talked to Danny. Let's get somebody else. Let's not put him on.
Okay,
I think
okay,
put him on the
guys.
spot enough.
All right, questions in the comments. I want to know, when people are looking at their story, and you showed us with Danny, and you started with something in
Adora,
his own life.
Adora, give the people Adora,
Yes.
Adora, the people that are watching. You always have access to me. Let them ask the question. Come on, let them come in and ask questions. Give them some access so I can serve them. Can you pull somebody
Awesome.
up?
Well, we're in
And then I'll
StreamYard, so
come
I'm
back to
waiting.
you.
Okay, we're in StreamYard, so I'm waiting for questions in the comments. So
Okay, if you don't have any questions, then go ahead. Finish the question that you're about to ask. Go ahead.
and I will pull someone up. So the question I was going to ask.
Okay, but it's you. What is you? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, the
My
question I was going
apologies.
to ask is for the people. How do they do what you just did with Danny? What was the formula? You went to a memory, and you went to, can you break that down real quick so they can take notes and do this for themselves?
Does anything, Adora, that you do, you achieve a level of mastery. The people that I work with, they know how to do it, and many could do it better than I am doing now because they've spent time with me, and I show them. Some things are taught, some things are caught, and so what I just did with Danny, you just can't get that in 10 or 15 minutes. I'm 78. I've been doing this for a minute, but I can teach people how to do it in a much shorter span time because I've been doing it so long. When I looked at this industry, I wanted to know what would make me stand out. People said, "Oh, you'll never make it as a motivational speaker or an inspirational speaker. You'll never be able to create a demand for yourself and get AT&T, Procter & Gamble, McDonald's Corporation, General Electric, IBM, Xerox to hire you." And there are people out here with PhDs and MBAs and years of experience that you don't have. You don't have the complexion of connection. You were labeled educable, mentally retarded. You were born in an abandoned building on a floor with your twin brother. You were foster kids. You failed twice in school. So there's no way. And so when I looked at what I wanted to do, I asked myself, what is it? I looked at what was out there and what is it that can make me stand out? People that are listening, that are speakers and coaches, the people that are going to be successful are the people that are knowledgeable about who's out there, knowledgeable about the industry and what is it they're looking for. And this is very important. Never let what you want to say get in the way of what your audience wants to hear. It needs to hear that if you're going to coach somebody, one of the first steps that you have to do is get to know them, and all that get understanding. Ask key questions to get some insight to who they are and what they're dealing with. What most speakers have done, and still to this day, 99% of them going around with memorized information from the book Think and Grow Rich or something that they have developed and created with the absence of the people they want to talk to, and they have assumed that this is what people want. And I say, what gave me a competitive advantage and made me stand out, never let what you want to say get in the way of what your audience needs to hear. Find out who they are. Ask questions. I have a needs assessment that when I'm asked to speak, I interview the CEO, the marketing person. I read their newsletters. I talk to the top performers. Why? I want to develop some working knowledge. The other 90%. Most people don't do that. Most people think, well, I got the information. Listen, they can Google the information. And the people that are going to be successful today must be able to spot stories that will be of value to them when they're speaking to their client one-on-one, small groups or large groups or a corporation or a business, and be able to create an experience. As I said, they can Google information, but you have an energy signature. That's you, that as a result of the experience that you create with your personality, with your voice, with your energy, with your passion, with your knowledge, with your skills on what you've learned about them and how you take what you know and fit that to them and create openings in your presentation. So your story on how you cross the Red Seas in your life becomes their story. And there's a saying, you can take a horse to the water, but you can't make them drink. However, when you know how, as a result of gathering information to deliver a message that creates a thirst where your clients want to drink, where they want to do business with you, they want you to take them to a place in themselves that they can't go by themselves, and they'll pay good money for it. I had one client, a major pharmaceutical company, paid me for 1 month $640,000 for 16 presentations. The average American only earns around $240,000 in their lifetime. I had no idea that that money was available. There are people who are watching me now and watching you and Danny who have genius. They have abilities, talents, and knowledge. And if you look all the greats, Serena Williams, who's one of the most dominant tennis players of all times. If you look at Steph Curry, if you look at LeBron, that all of them have a coach. That everybody who's ever done anything of any consequence, write this down. The Road to Your Best Stuff. Mike Williams, I wrote the foreword to that book. Mike Williams, he saw this Les Brown before I saw him. He was my newsman. I was a program director, WVKO in Columbus, Ohio. I was another guy, LB Triple P, Les Brown, your platter playing papa. There were none before me, and there will be none after me. Therefore, that makes me the one and only. Young and single and love to mingle, certified, bona fide, indubitably qualified to bring you satisfaction and a whole lot of action. Look out, baby, I'm your love man. Oh, behave. I was a different personality in one day, a defining moment. He said, Brownie, man, you got something. You got something beyond a funny laugh. You got something beyond being entertaining. You got something. I said, what? What do I have, Mike? He said, you have the ability to connect with people. You have the ability to touch people's hearts. Man. I said, what are you talking about? Listen to me, man. Whoa, listen to me. You're beyond this radio station. The reason that Bert Charles, the general manager, is giving you hell, because you don't belong here anymore. Marion White said, in life, when you don't have enough courage or insight to know that you have outgrown a situation and it's time to move on, life will move on you. And so they fired me because I didn't have enough insight. I didn't have enough courage. Like Danny, I didn't believe in myself to strike out on my own to create a path that was me. Your gift will make room for you, but you've got to be willing to give God something to work with. Commit thy works unto the Lord, and thy thoughts shall be established. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. And so there comes a time, a defining moment in your life that you must leap and grow your wings on the way down.
We got some questions now, Mr. Brown. We've got They fired in. So one is, how can I be vulnerable and not lose credibility, from Erica.
You done got me fired up on a Saturday morning when I get, yeah. How can I be vulnerable and not lose credibility? Erica, that's a very good question. Don't tell everything, Erica. Give them the sizzle, not the steak. You can be transparent, but they don't need the whole story because they won't be able to go forward with you. If you give them all of the darkness that you've gone through, they'll get stuck there and they'll see you differently. But if you allude to it, ladies and gentlemen, I've had some experiences in my life, and I'm sure that some of you can identify with, that I felt there's no way that I can get over this. But I got through. So now what you've done is created an opening for them. I've had some experiences in my life, and I'm sure that some of you can identify with this, that I went through that I didn't think I can get over it. Well, everybody's had experiences in their life that they didn't feel that they can get over it. Now just let them stay in their mind, because negative stories are more powerful, 50 times more powerful than a negative story, a story of darkness. So you want to keep them in the conversation, in the listening, so that you can create an experience. Oliver Wendell Holmes said that once a man or woman's mind has been expanded with an idea, concept, or experience, it can never be satisfied to going back to where it was. So don't give them the steak, give them the sizzle. Don't go down in the weeds and tell them everything. They don't need to hear everything, because they won't be able to pull themselves back up. You don't want this to be therapy for you. No. Somebody else.
Danny, will you read them? Because I think there's a delay from me to Les.
I think there's a delay in everybody, to be honest. But all right. So another question. What?
Oh, here's one here. Question, Bob. Bob, how do you avoid wasting your time in your life? Bob, you know what? That's a good question, Bob, because I've been wasting a lot of time. Let me tell you, my nose is running right now. I took some Claritin for the pollen in Atlanta. It's awesome right about now. But in the book, The Universe of Success, Ogmandino said that most people never achieve their goals because they become sidetracked by secondary activity. And what I'm doing at this point in my life, I'm asking myself the question, is this my stuff? There's a point in my life that I was overwhelmed with things that it wasn't my stuff. My brothers, my sisters, my children, my grandchildren, my friends, my clients. I had to begin to prioritize what's important. What is it that I need to be focused on? And do that and max that out. Stay focused. And here's something else. A lady that said she wanted to go through training with me. And she said she'll get back to me in 2 weeks. And she didn't do it. 3 weeks went by, 4 weeks went by. And I was holding a slot for her. We had great chemistry. That's how I'm really excited about working with you. Not only did she not keep her word, but she was going to all other seminars and workshops. After 6 weeks, she circled back to me and said, I'm ready now. I want everybody to write this down. Don't make somebody a priority who's made you an option. I said, I'm not. She said, what do you mean? I said, I'm not the one for you. You should have taken that opportunity. Of a lifetime. I'm not the one for you. But I'm sure there's somebody out there that's for you, that's suitable for you. Maya Angelou said, when people show you who they are, believe them. I'm not the one. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? You gonna come back to me 6 weeks later, didn't call and say something came up, I won't be able to connect with you, I won't be able to honor my word, and you come back 6 weeks later and say I'm ready to be coached by you? Oh yeah, you were part of Tony Robbins' inner circle. You paid $100,000 to be in his inner circle with a group of other people. And I spent one-on-one time with you, assessing you, pulling out your story. I gave time to you. Then you went to all these other places, people who can't hold a candle to what I do, and I'm not tripping. You and I are not supposed to do this together. I'm interested in people that I'm going to do life with. I don't know how much time that I have left, and I want to work with people that I'm going to go to the end of the road with. You and I will not be working together. But I love you still. Bye.
All right. Thank you for that.
How do you balance motivation and discipline? Here's how you do it. Decide what you're going to do and do it. Do it. We make decisions, and our decisions create the life that we have. If it's something that's meaningful to you, if it's something that gives your life value, it's something that you have got to do because it's you, it's because your passion, it's in your heart. If you're serious, you don't need any motivation. Do it. Discipline yourself to do what it is you want to do. Do what you know, not what you feel. I'd never feel like going out today to exercise, doing the exercises that I need to do. My goal is to die young at an old age. But I'm not going to allow my feelings to get in the way. Motivation is what you use to push past your feelings. Well, I just made a decision. I'm going to do what I know. I know that by exercising, I know by putting in 10,000 steps today, I know by drinking a minimum of 8 glasses of alkaline water today, I know by eating to live, not living to eat, that I will continue to reverse the process of being engaged in assisted living, a nursing home, and then the cemetery. I'm doing what I know, not what I feel. Next question. How do I handle doubters? You don't. What people think about you is none of your spiritual business. You don't have to handle them. They don't pay your mortgage note, your car note. They're not putting food on your table. Doesn't matter what they think about you. Mr. Washington told me, Mr. Brown, when they were calling me DT, the dumb twin, someone's opinion of you does not have to become your reality. Don't give them a listening ear. And don't engage in any arguments with them. When they tell you something that is not in alignment with your vision of yourself, say thanks, thank you, and move on. I got that, and move on. People told me when I was competing for this contract with this major pharmaceutical company, they said, are you going to go there? These people have MDs. These are medical doctors. They have MBAs. People been in the health profession for years. You have no background in this area, and you're going to present? You don't even have a PowerPoint presentation. You have no background in this area. When I walked in to give my presentation, they said, Mr. Brown, where is your PowerPoint presentation? I said, I am the PowerPoint. You want people to communicate with their patients. You want doctors to communicate with their patients to how to get their patients to be compliant in taking their hypertension medication so that they can live longer. So I'm going to share with you strategies on how doctors can create a connection with their patients so their patients are motivated to be compliant because they want to live, not because you scare them to death. I got the contract. But if I had listened to the doubters, I'd have never got that contract. Next question, please. Illuminating. Wait. Oh, my goodness, they're coming too fast. What is the daily routine that keeps you strong in the spirit and motivated? When I first opened my eyes, I say, thank you. I'm still here. Thank you for life. I was born and preserved for such a time as this. Thank you, Lord. And whatever I face today, together you and I can handle it. Thank you. I am cancer-free. I am debt-free. I am drama-free. Thank you, Lord, for giving me the opportunity to serve humanity. I'm still here. At 78, I'm still here. I could still tell a story. I still got the fire and the hunger to live a life that will outlive me. Oh, my goodness. Adora, I got a Zoom call at 12 noon. I gotta go. Bye for now. I hope that what I shared, I have some value for people. Those who interested in my one-on-one coaching, because I don't work with everybody, just email me at lesbrown77@gmail.com and we will vet you and see if it's a good fit, because I don't play. No,
he doesn't.
A lot of fun. Yeah, but we have a lot of fun and you're going to learn some stuff. Thank you. Bye for now.
Thank you very much. This was a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for that. That was amazing.
Wow. Danny, how was that
That
for
was
you?
awesome. Very, very powerful, very inspiring, motivating, and the way in which you can answer any questions with deep and with like it was amazing, right? It was so cool. So guys, how was it? Like in one word, put it in the chat. How did you like it, right? What was the single word to describe Les Brown presentation? The guru, I love it. He's actually a real one. Very few people nowadays are real one. Les Brown actually is powerful. That's a great word, a great choice. Amazing by Bob. That was amazing. That was powerful. It's always so cool to have the chance to hear from masters, from people who've done it for such a long time, and not only from people who have read a book, took a course, or whatever, but people who lived a life, people who walk the road, right? Who walk the walk, people who, like, those who have done it, but not only have done it like as invest time. No, those who invest their life, their passion, their energy. Every knowledge they have is specific to one thing. That's what we've mastered in life, right? It's so cool to get the chance to hear from those level of players in the market, right? And Les is definitely on the legendary level. So it was amazing to have him today this morning. So guys, I hope you liked it. I see Benjamin said outstanding, amazing, activating. Oh, I love activating actually. Activating is a great, great, great word for what it is, right? Because again, you're here, guys, for a reason. And that reason is not to gather information. That reason is to get a transformation. That reason is to move forward in your life. That reason is to get a milestone reached, right? To reach a goal, to remove a challenge, a difficulty, right? And in order to do that, most of the time, all you got to do is activate. All you got to do is get out of your head and start doing it, working on it, right? Like, no matter the doubters, no matter the haters, no matter the doubts, just have courage and go for it and want to crush it and want to put your life, your soul on the line in order to achieve no matter is your mission in life. That's how you want to approach this seminar, right? That's how you'll get the most out of this seminar. So I love the word activating, actually. It's a really good one. Touches the soul. Yeah, it does a lot. Transformative. It is. Just like this seminar is and will be and continue to be for you. Um, Laura, for the recording, I'll let Adora tell you more about the specificity. I'm not 100% sure. We've discussed it, but she'll let you know. Yeah, it was powerful, sensational, anointed, enlightening. Yeah, it is enlightening. And one thing that I want to share with you, right? I had the chance to be coached by one of former Tony Robbins coach. She's called Mandy Keene. She's in her inner circle with Russell Brunson coaching. And she told me that the most powerful thing about a human being is enlightenment. The best adjective in the world for a human being is enlightenment. So for the vibe or the energy you will put out of life, the people that really, really crushes it, whether it's Les Brown, Tony Robbins, Russell Brunson, Grant Cardone, like Jesus Christ, Buddha, or like Dalai Lama, no matter who, they have something in common. They are enlightening. There's something from them. They shine their mission. They breathe and live what they think is true, right? They mastered it. They devote their entire life. They commit to it, right? Like Eric says, they committed first and they never went back and they had great results, right? So that's amazing. Random accent is a French Canadian accent. I'm from Granby, Quebec, near Montreal. I'm from Montreal, Quebec, right? I've seen somebody says she's like an hour away from me, like in Gatineau. So yeah, that's a French Canadian accent. I'm doing my best to try to hide it, but I just can't. So I hope everybody understands me and hears me well. So right now, I'm going to introduce to you somebody amazing, right? Somebody who will start talking to you about the power of connections. You all know her. You all have heard from her, and you like people, coaches, speakers, and everything, we're emotionally intelligent creatures, right? So we can feel people, we can read people most of the time. And I know that everybody in that room have loved that person, that's for sure. They had great vibe from that person. We can feel of integrity she is, how she wants the best for everybody, right? And today she will come to speak to you about a subject that matters a lot in business, okay? You are one connection away. That's super important to understand, right? Super, super important to understand. You are one connection away. No matter what you want, there's somebody who can get it for you. And I really, really mean it. And by the way, this is something that I've get to master in my life right at the moment. I have a friend of mine who've inspired me to do so. And really, some high level people last year have shown me that it's not about what you know, it's about who you know, and one step further, who knows you, right? So if the game is not about what, but about who, then who is the master to teach you the game of who? And that master is, ladies and gentlemen, Adora Crystal Evans, that will get on the stage right now. Adora, you can put yourself on. Thank you for being here. I'll give you the mic, but thank you for being here. It's gonna be amazing, and I'll let you. So have fun.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much, Danny. Are you guys fired up? Yes? Well, we're definitely going to dive into how do you connect yourself. But first, I need to give you a little background. All right. So I'm going to start with a story. Oh, thank you. I'm going to start with a story. So one of my favorite moments, I'm in the room with Les Brown and his personal mastermind. And I've brought my friend, Dennis Waitley, and my 20-year mentor into this room, right? And Les has invited Dennis so that he could interview him, because Les learned some things from Dennis, shared the stage for many years with Dennis. And it was just really wild, because if you know Dennis Waitley, put it in the chats. He is someone that has impacted Bob Proctor, Tony Robbins, Jim Rohn. He shared the stage with Jim Rohn and Les Brown. So here I am. I'm sitting in this mastermind, and I've facilitated Dennis being in there. We're all watching as Les asks Dennis these different questions. And it was different than the normal kind of presenting, because they're two legends and they're having these heartfelt conversations about things that they regret, things that they learned, things that they would have done differently. One of the things Dennis shared at the time was that he would have been in a few less airports and at more practices of his children if he could. They talked about their relationships, romantic relationships. And there were points where just seeing them not in performance, but in their heart, legend to legend, and us all just watching this, we're crying, we're laughing, we're going to places that were just completely unbelievable. And that moment inspired another moment. All right. That moment inspired me to put on the new Psychology of Winning tour and to bring all these different people to honor Dennis Waitley. And Bob Proctor was one of them, Brian Tracy, Les Brown came back. All of these people were there. And as I sat there, and there was this moment where Brian Tracy is going like this, and Les Brown, and I'm seeing the joy in Dennis's face and the tears, and Dr. DeMartini, all these people just honoring someone that has been such a special and important person to me. And I couldn't help but not only to feel gratitude, but to think back to a time when I was taking all the notes. I still take a ton of notes, and I'm still a student first, but I was taking all the notes at the way back of the room. I don't know if you've ever been there, going to all of these workshops and seminars, listening to all of these programs, just shouting with enthusiasm my affirmations and wanting so much to one day just be a part of that industry or help, someone the way these guys were helping me. In fact, I'll take you back one more place, and then we're going to drive it forward to where you are. I remember being in a boarded up home at 18 with no electricity. So when I say boarded, it was plywood with the red X on the outside. And the family was gracious enough to let me not pay for rent or to pay $50 a month. And I was living in this house, working in a jewelry store. And instead of paying for my electricity, I invested in a distributor kit. And I met Jim Rohn on a Walkman radio. And I won't go deep into that except for to say that it felt like Jim Rohn was speaking to me right then and saying, like, he basically said, you're headed in a direction. If you want to go to a new direction and you want to arrive somewhere else, it's like you're in a sailboat. I'm paraphrasing. He said, you need to just set the sail in this new direction. He also said, if you don't know where you're headed, look at your past choices, look at your friends, look who you're hanging out with. And at that point, I was living in a boarded up home, was a town scandal, had already messed it up with God, lived on my own at 15. I'm thinking, this is not looking good at all. But then he said, you can go to the library. The books are filled with people who've taken their best wisdom and put their life's work inside of that wisdom. So I read 75 books that year. I can't tell you how many audio programs. I read some of Les Brown's books and some of these other people. But now let me take you back to that moment with Brian Tracy. In that moment, I thought, I remember when I used to think if I could just help someone. And now here, I thought with Jim Rohn, I thought if I can ever help someone the way he's helping me right now, and now I'm sitting with two of the legends that have helped me, that have called my spirit forward, that activated belief and vision and dreams and the identity, that it didn't have to be like I saw in my life. It didn't have to stay that way, and it didn't have to be that way for my children, that now I'm sitting with them and I'm giving to them personally. I'm giving to them personally. And it was such a powerful moment for me. And the way that I have been able to be blessed with these different relationships, there's a formula to that. And I want to give that formula to you. Okay, because I didn't go from boarded up home to reading the books to just right there, with everyone. And I want to open in you, like, what connection, what mentor, what person, what cause are you called to move forward? That if you had the mentor, if you had the connection, if you had the collaboration partners, if you had Danny co-hosting with you. My pups are coming in here. 1 second. 1 second. It's live. And this little monkey, look, this is live, you guys. This little monkey will bring the cords down. So I'm going to need Jay Shetty. I'm going to talk with you all for a little bit and hold my pup, and then I'll put her away and come back to you. So anyway, when I first started on this path, I read all the books, right? I'm reading, I'm trying everything. I'm working my head off. I'm investing in myself. I'm working the numbers. I'm doing all the things. But you know what? People still saw me as the person I used to be, right? People were still relating to me. And I was getting some wins. I was, that's part of why I was so addicted. Thank you. It's a she. Her name is Lulu, and she's a puppy. I was addicted to this growth because everything that I applied, I don't know if you all are like that, everything I applied, I started seeing results, right? So I started making sales, but it was still a very hard grind. I started in network marketing, so I was just with Jim Rohn, so I was calling people. I had a one-time check of almost $8,000, but my leadership wasn't there yet. And this is fun. Look, you needed some puppy love. Everybody needs some cute puppy love. Oh, she's shy. Look at that. She's being shy. Thank you. You guys, I don't know if you have a dog or a puppy, put it in the comments, but she has this crazy thing of like running into the garage and stealing a sock. If there's a sock anywhere, she's going to come out with it. So what happened is I'm working really hard. I get in this kind of desperate moment, and I read Think and Grow Rich, and I write down, I want to do something. I want to interview successful people like Napoleon Hill. Okay, someone calls me, doesn't know that I wrote that down, says, I have a job opportunity for you. You're going to have to apply. So I do all these things to apply for the job. I get the job. And you guys, it ended up being as a producer on the Discovery Channel for Pat Summerall Productions. And the job was interviewing successful people. So what does that have to do with connection? Danny, can you pop up for a moment and hold the fort while I get my puppy outside?
Yeah, 100%.
All right, thank you.
100%. So in the meanwhile, I'll show mine, right? Who's with me at the moment? Say hi. All right. There we go. So guys, I just want, as I'm popping in right now, I have a little story that I want to share with you, or maybe story is not the right word. Again, I'm still learning English every day. But a lot of time I hear from like, what would people think of me? What will the doubters think of me? The haters think of me, right? And I just want to say, the real thing that matters is what you think of you, right? And as long as you think great stuff about yourself, great stuff will be believed from others to you. So Adora, that's your turn. I just wanted
thank you. You know what? Maybe that was God or the universe like, hey girl, get present, shake it up. You need to talk about something different. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I do want to get you guys in this story and ground it in, because this was a pivotal moment, and we'll dive into the skills that I want to give you. Real takeaways that you can use right now. I know Ken and some of the other speakers have already talked about it. Those of you who watched Shanda yesterday or watch that replay later, it's going to give you the tools for being able to get the big speakers to participate with you and to align with you, or that collaboration partner, or the foreword on your book, or the guest on your podcast, right? So that's where I'm going with this. But this was kind of that defining moment for me. So suddenly I go from working in a nightclub, reading all the books, hustling, trying to figure my life out, to now I'm a producer on the Discovery Channel with Pat Summerall Productions, right? And I'm interviewing all these CEOs. And what blew me away is I had been putting in hours and hours and hours and, reading Dale Carnegie, and I went to Landmark Education, which helped a lot. But I was doing all these things and just barely seeing the needle move, right? And then suddenly, when I was aligned with Pat Summerall and with the Discovery Channel, CEOs of companies that were revenuing $10 million or more, even Fortune 500 companies, some Fortune 100 companies, they started mailing me boxes of gifts and products that are from their company, looking to impress me, so they're now hunting me down to talk with me. One guy, even because he couldn't get through, and he owns tons of property all over Chicago, he made up a story to get through to ask my advice about a show idea, and could he have all the episodes of the show. And it was crazy because literally I went from, being this woman who grew up with a certain identity, like many of us, to hustle, doing all the work, reading all the books, trying all the things, and kind of getting, I was still, I'm not going to say there weren't rewards. I was winning. But suddenly all of these very powerful people, I was like 24 at the time. I'm 45 now. And I loved what Les said about staying young all of his life. But then suddenly all these powerful people were looking to impress me, to hook me up, to spend time with me, to get my advice. And the only major thing that it changed is that I had aligned with a new connection, with a recognized connection. I got on board and started working with and for Pat Summerall, right? And then also the Discovery Channel. And it shifted everything. That's why I say, Justin says, we're playing on you're one funnel away from Russell Brunson, but one connection away from your breakthrough. Because in that moment, everything shifted for me, literally everything. And it changed the whole trajectory of my life. So I'm going to give you a little bit more. And then if you want the tips that I have, I'm going to give them to you. So someone tell me if you want to know how to connect. Would you like to know a little bit about how to do this? I'm going to wait. And I'm going to sing Time Goes By So Slowly. Project Uprise does. I need someone else to say yes. Okay. All right. That's beautiful, adorable work. Okay. So what ended up happening, yes, Brenda, thank you. So what ended up happening there is because I was incredibly coachable. See, like some of you are already very friendly, and I want to hear in the comments, you may know the 4 personality types. So I want you to, and nobody's putting a baby in a corner. I'm not labeling you, but let me know. There are 4 main personality types, right? One of them is I learned from Jerry Clark, yellow. And that is yellow. They call me mellow yellow, right? That's the lover, the tree hugger that lives in, a lot of us live in yoga clothes now, but lives in yoga clothes, eats, everything organic and vegan. And it's just like, we are the world. We are the children. I need a vocal course. That's a yellow. All right. The red that Joy just put in here, red is that bottom line, get to the point, CEO, what's the bottom line? Keep it going. And we all have all parts of this, right? But red is that personality type. They're very direct. The way they show love is just like I'm going to tell you straight, and we're going to keep it moving. They don't want to see pictures of your kids. They want to know, what does this have to do with me, right? Where the yellow, they're going to take out the family photos and they're going to hold your puppies and all that. Okay. Then there's blue, and the blue people, as I know them, or that blue part, they're the promoters. They're excited. They're like, woo, when you go to a party and you're like, who's excited? They're the ones who stand up when you start playing music. You know, they usually have the glitter and the trends and the leopard and all of that. They talk with a lot of energy. Thank you, Angela. And so that's the blue personality. And then the green is the more analytical, very logical. They're like the Bill Gates. I imagine they dream in spreadsheets. They keep everything very organized. They're awesome at systems. And we all have all of it, but most of us are majorly. So if you heard your main color in there, I'd love to see it. Put it in the chat. Red, blue, green, yellow. Mellow yellow, the lover. Yeah, blue without the leopard, LOL. I took all the leopard, Angela. There is no more. I understand. Yep. So blue, promoter, red, bottom line. And so we're all a blend, right? And I'm blue, red, yellow, depending on the season. And that's really true. It's rare that we have so many, but you're late, probably yellow and blue a bit. Got it, Mark. Nice to see you. So when I went to work in Pat Summerall, I was in a place where life had already beaten me up quite a bit. All right. Like I told you, I was living in a boarded home by 18, and I had a lot of baggage and just beliefs. Right. So when I went in there, I was mostly in my yellow, but I had had a spiritual awakening in Christ when I was 15. I was very much in my yellow, people pleaser, got most friendly, most courteous in school. So I was very friendly and warm and made people feel great, but it doesn't mean that I was creating results, right? And that yellow personality is a wonderful base, but it wasn't what taught me how to create these very strategic, high-level connections and alliances. In fact, the training was the opposite, where I had to come in and be direct and be sharp. And if we were too, hi, how are you, blah, 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 we never got through the gatekeeper to the decision maker, right? So it was at Pat Summerall Productions that I learned how to, what Shanda calls, style flex, where I got to really consider it a loving act to speak as, a red to a red. So that meant I had to figure out the bottom line and what the value was for the person and figure it out really quickly. And so as I share some of these things, and I am going to give you that exact formula. I love red, blue. Are there any more colors? Yes, there's a whole rainbow, and we're all a blend of all of them. But it's just a way to kind of remember. And it's kind of cool because you can say, hey, I think she's pretty blue, or she's in a blue set. Like if you're talking to team and in sales, it really helps. Yeah, I'm mixed too. So when I went into this coachable moment, I was not comfortable talking like a red. I felt that it was mean. Okay. I felt like it was not kind. I'm from Texas. We're in the South. I was Bible Club president. We are nice, and friendly. And what I had to do was say things like, I'm not sure if you're going to be a fit, I need to speak with you today. I had to create these moments of urgency, and they were really uncomfortable. So I'm going to finish that story, and then we'll dive into the framework. So the first thing the first story I remember is I'm there with the CEO about to say, hey, I don't think you're going to be a fit. And I'm turning red, like my skin is turning red. I'm feeling very uncomfortable. I start to hand the phone to my mentor. He points at me and says, no, get on that phone. And I'm like, take it. Because I feel like I'm going to die, actually, like fight or flight, full blown. I don't want to be mean. And instead, I like, oh, my heart's pounding so loud and my voice is trembling. And I say, I don't think you're going to be a fit. And the guy said, yes, I am. Let me tell you why I'm a fit. And started, really, that was my first deal. And it was a $26,000 deal to be featured, on the Discovery Channel. And it set the stage for me learning how to communicate value very quickly. I became a top producer there, and we were supposed to have one deal a month. I was doing 6 to 10. I started getting to mentor other people, and that is where I met Dennis Waitley. So I just wanted to tie that loop together. I got to call my own leads after a while. I called Dennis Waitley. I met Dennis, and I was just so happy that he would even take my call, because like those guys, they're my celebrities, and were then and still my heroes now. And so as I met Dennis Waitley, I'm going to give you the framework of how I began to nurture that connection, which will show you that you only need one core connection. I showed you how the alignment with that brand shifted everything, right? So some of you right now, you've got your course, you've got your books, you're getting on stages, you're reading the books, you're doing the webinars with Dan. Maybe you're not, you need Danny in your team, but you're doing all the things and you're super busy and you're masterful and your clients get results and your work is incredible, right? But the challenge is, no one knows, or they're not knowing fast enough, right? Facebook ads are going up. And what I'm trying to tell you is that one core collaboration, one person in your corner, a Les Brown, a Dennis Waitley, a Danny, Olivia, a Chel Sonnen, one person, one core connection in your corner, the way that Dennis Waitley has been in my corner, could absolutely catapult your career majorly. And I'm not into overnight. It won't just happen if you haven't been doing the work on yourself or you don't have something. But even if you haven't been doing the work and you don't have something, guess what? It's going to catapult your mentality, your inspiration. It's going to have you want to think bigger, go bigger, be in contribution, live a life of freedom. But most of you here are coaches, healers, speakers, teachers, entrepreneurs. And so I want you to get the idea. If you had a core connection, I want to see in the chat, who would that be for you? Like the dream connection. Like if I had this connection, or I could align with these type of people, that would change everything in my business. Let me see it in the chat. All right. Oh, I thought you were saying, of course, Adora, but you were saying, I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So one connection, Bill Walsh. That's awesome. He's going to be on here. And you have the opportunity to meet him in person in Atlanta. John Maxwell. Brad, if you get our thing, John Maxwell, I believe, is at this event in Dallas with Ken. And you'll meet Ken, who has John at every single one of his things. James Melanchek. Awesome. See? So the skill that I'm about to give you, I use the same framework right now. Okay. So Dennis has been a lifetime collaboration for me. I got to help. I went and started giving value to Dennis. So that'll be part of the framework. But I helped get him and Dr. DeMartini into the movie The Secret, got him into all these different interviews, and just kept giving value. And those people kept giving value back to me. And anytime I have a project, I know I can go to them, and almost always they're going to be on board to help me, to collaborate. And as soon as other people hear this guy's playing with you, or is coming on board, or this person's there, then it kind of knocks. I'll give you one more example. When Dennis Waitley was walking through doing the new Psychology of Winning book, I'm looking for it because it's down here. So he was creating the new Psychology of Winning book, and he was, I think we're doing okay on time. Okay. So he was creating the new Psychology of Winning book, and we were doing this tour. And I had a vision of lots of conversations like the one I told you about with Les Brown, right? And these people just honoring Dennis, because what you don't know is that Dennis Waitley was walking through throat cancer, right? And I told you Dennis Waitley was one of the first people I met at 24. One thing that I didn't tell you is that there were so many dark moments in my life after that moment. And the fact that Dennis Waitley would even take my call for me meant that God absolutely had a plan for my life, and that I was not destined to the past or to the present, that I was seeing that vision in my heart would one day become a reality. And the fact that this man would even take my call meant that to me. He didn't even know that, but it meant that to me, which is why I'm a loyal fangirl forever of Dennis Waitley. But Dennis Waitley was walking through creating this book, but at the same time, he had just been diagnosed with throat cancer right in the middle of COVID, when you couldn't have people be with you in the hospital. And I just thought, oh my gosh, how do I give to this man who knows all these things, who has given so much to me and so much to other people in the world? How do I give to him? And so I had this vision of more conversations like the one with Les Brown, this vision of bringing all these people who had said, you know, in the back, Mark Victor Hansen, John D. Martini, Tom Hopkins, you know, all these different people, Les Brown. Look at that long page Les wrote for Dennis. It was so cool. Of all these people, Marie Diamond, coming on, Brian Tracy, and telling Dennis what he meant to them, and then them conversing. And so we did this virtual book tour, and it was incredible. But Bob Proctor, I'm going to give you an example of this again, okay? Bob Proctor, I got a list of people from Dennis. I called up Bob. I didn't know Bob at that moment. And I said, hey, Bob, you know, our friend Dennis is walking through throat cancer right now. And he's also got a lot of life around this album that we're doing, or yes, it was an album that we're doing that has some of his quotes. You know, will you help me? And Bob, this is what Bob Proctor did. He recorded a message to me. Hi, Adora. I'm Bob Proctor. My cell phone number is ... If you need anything, reach out to me. Another video. Hi, Dennis. It's your friend, Bob. I'm praying for you. I'm making a meditation for you. You're going to get through this, my friend. I am with you. Whatever you need, wherever you go. And then he recorded a third one. Hey guys, if you haven't gotten Dennis Waitley's Psychology of Winning album, I forget the name of it, you need to go now. You need to get everything from Dennis Waitley. And the fact, and he mailed to his several million person database. All right. And then the fact that he did that had all these other speakers get on board right away. Bob Proctor's doing that. It opened their hearts, and they went with urgency. I need to do that too. And the album went to bestseller. Same thing happened with the tour. I called Bob. Bob was like, whatever you need. We ended up having the last live interview of Bob Proctor that he did live outside of his ecosystem. We had no idea. I mean, I just want you to see the heart of the people as well as I'm talking. Okay. So even at that level, it was one connection, Bob Proctor, that then knocked the dominoes over for all the other power players to play. So this isn't just something, if you're just starting, which is huge, but it's at every level. It is about who you're aligned with, who you can collaborate with, who you can lock arms with, how you lock arms with them. And so let me know if you're seeing a vision for yourself, because I love this story. We all have our own stories. I love it because it's mine and God gave it to me. But I'm drinking out of the, look at that. You know what this is from? The Ninja. But it's only valuable. It's not only valuable. The value is if you catch a vision for yourself, whether you do anything else with us. All right. Because it starts with a vision. If you don't have a vision for yourself of what's possible and catch it, or catch my vision and borrow that vision, like Jim Rohn told me to borrow his belief, borrow my belief in you. You've got to catch a vision of what would happen if you had that collaboration with Robert Kiyosaki, with John Maxwell, with any of these incredible human beings. And you see yourself collaborating with them having you on their stages, you being on their stages, putting programs together, putting workshops together, putting events together, saying the forward, coming on to your podcast. Like, what is possible for you? All right. Because I'm not here just to tell my story. I've told it enough. I've gone to enough therapy. I'm here because you said that you're here to make a difference on the planet, and that your voice matters, and that you have people to serve. And what I know is, if you look around right now, there's a lot of dark agenda, right? And we need positive light in the world. So if you're serious about that, I need you to catch a vision. All right. Catch a vision of what's possible with you and your light and people rising together. Okay. All right. Now I'll loosen up. I know I got a little mama tough there. So I'll bring in the play. All right. So I'm going to give you the framework. Do you have a pen? All right. Number 1, catch a vision. Yeah. Have a vision. Make it plain. Right. So first of all, what are you about right now? Okay. And like Shanda was giving you, you could do a show. Tell me in the comments, what is your industry? And if you tell me in the comments what's your industry, I'm going to give you some ideas right now. I'm going to be generous. All right. Time. I forget who's coming on next and what time. So you guys team flag me. Okay. So what industry are you in? All right. It's going to start with who are you? Who are you serving? Who family-owned business? What kind of business? Or is that who you serve? That's right, Joy. You serve people that have family-owned businesses, CBD. Bob, if you're in the CBD business, you definitely need to look up Justin Benton, right? But here's what I would do. Like, I'm going to just put Shanda's thing into action right now to take it a little further. All right. If you at noon, good. I've got time. Thank you. So working with spiritual unfoldment for others, removing blocks. Okay. So team, I want you to star like you did before, and start with that first person who came up with a family-owned business, Joy. And I want you each to apply this to your own mind. Okay. So first, you know who you are, who you want to serve. Joy wants to serve people that have family-owned businesses. I'm going to take it to Shanda's training. You can rewatch that training to apply this. All right. But she could do a show, a virtual show. It could just be on Zoom. It could be very simple. It could be on StreamYard, just like this. That is, it's family-owned business. Scale your way to success, or thrive in a recession, or whatever. You need to get with Danny on your headlines. He's really good at that. But you do a show for family-owned businesses, right? Then you go on to Amazon, like Shanda said. You look at all the top, people out there teaching family-owned business. Find the most celebrity that you can find in that. Or it doesn't even have to be inside a family-owned business. It could be all the authors in family-owned business. Then you come and grab a celebrity, someone that you love, that will speak life into them, encourage them. It doesn't matter if it's the Duck Dynasty guys, the UFC fighters, it's your John Maxwell coach, but the highest level of collaboration that you could get. All right. And you give value all around family-owned business tools, assets, even outside of your own expertise. And boom, now suddenly everybody who cares about a family-owned business is going to show up to that event, right? Now you've got collaboration. Another way you could take that collaboration further is, I know Joy has one part, the financial accounting for family-owned businesses, specifically widowed women and men. And I know that because she was in VIP, right? So what if it's a family-owned business and it's another part of that? How to sell your family-owned business, how to hire a new CFO for your family-owned business, right? These are all people that you can collaborate with and boom, rise together. All right. I'm going to give you the framework for it in a minute. CBD, I gave you Justin already, right? But I would also look at who are the celebrities that are out there saying they use CBD cream or oil. I think Joe Rogan, he's been talking lately about he may stop pot smoking. So I don't know if he's your guy or CBD or not. And I know CBD and pot are not the same thing, but in my mind, they were for a really long time. All right. So let me see. I'm going to read some more. Helping Christians recovering from addiction, right? So there are a lot of, I know, who is it that Joe Polish, Rodney, Joe Polish, who has the Genius Network that Dan Sullivan was a part of. From what I'm hearing, word on the street is he is moving more and more toward helping people that have dealt with addiction that are entrepreneurial in spirit, right? So I'd be reaching out to Joe and going, okay, even if I didn't know him, I'd be like, Joe, I heard about you and your heart for this. I'd love to feature you. I'd love to interview you, right? So you're not going to be able to jump right to collaboration with just everyone, right? So I need to show you one, like, how do you get through? Isn't this funny? I have a glass and I was supposed to pour it in so that it looked more fancy, but I have grit. And I'm from the country and all the things. Okay. So you, is that valuable about the Joe Polish, Rodney? And those of you that are listening, are you getting some ideas about like what's possible? Who could be on your podcast? Who would be a good collaboration partner? Shanda teaches you really deep. So I'm not going to go all into the show model, but I just wanted to tell you like how to find the people, the language. So whoever it is that you want to collaborate with, first, you need to figure out who is it and how can you serve them. And I don't mean how can you serve them and like your service is the perfect answer or their audience would love so much your expertise, which actually could happen, but they get hit up all the time for stuff like that right now. Okay. They get hit up all the time. I'm going to tell you something else people get hit up all the time for is I want to buy you dinner. I want to take you on vacation. I want to get you a coffee. I want to come to your house just so I can pick your brain and learn everything, right? They get hit up all the time. And most of those people, what they honor and need most because they're giving out so much is just time alone with their God, their family, their own vacation, their own peace of mind. So while it does work sometimes to ask for, hey, mentorship, you're always going to be way more powerful if you can think through the lens of what are they trying to move right now? What are they trying to move? And how can I help them move that? Right? How can I help them move it? And Ken Jocelyn gave you a good formula. It's super easy to just join someone's program. There are so many people who have programs. You can pay for their coaching and pay for their one-on-one time, then go refer other people, but start giving value. But if you're not in the position to do that, or you want to go above and beyond that, the way that you think is like, okay, who is this person? What do they value right now? And you'll have to dig a little bit. So it's not always just something that they're blasting out there. So for instance, with Dennis, I never called him to say, coach me, teach me, train me. How do I be an author like you? How do I be a speaker? What I did is I saw that he was out there speaking and that he was really valuing being out there speaking and doing things. And so I thought, okay, I don't have a stage at that point, which many of you do now. You have podcasts, you have all these things. But I thought, I wonder if I got in touch with Success Magazine and asked them, if I could get an interview with Dennis Waitley for them, would they be happy with that? And so They said yes. Dennis said yes. So I would call Dennis and say, hey, if I got an interview for you with Success Magazine, would you be happy? And he would say yes. And so every single time I called only with, do you want to be on this show? Do you want to be interviewed over here? Is this valuable to you? And I kept doing that so much, especially in my younger years, that at one point he was like, well, what can I do for you, Adora? And I was like, I don't know. But when I know, I'll let you know. And that happened to me again and again with my friend Matt Morris, with so many people. Even us having Les Brown here happened because he said, Adora, what can I do for you? What can I do for you? And I told him, Project Uprise is on the top of my heart. And he said, well, let's do an event together then. That's what we'll do. So what I'm trying to say is you need to find what is the value you're going to bring to that person. Okay. So if you have a show, if you have something, that's the first value. But now there's so many shows, there's so many podcasts that people are having to measure, is this high leverage? So then you need to get out of your own mind and go, or out of your own resources or your own network and go, who has something that would be valuable to this person? Is there someone that has something? Like I reached for Success Magazine, right? We have someone making graphics that look like Les Brown for something, a project that we're doing that's outside of my genius zone because I found something that lit him up, right? And so now I want to serve him in that vision. And it's outside of my skill set. I don't draw, right? I don't draw. It's outside of my skill set, but I had to think outside of just my little box, just like you. If you want to really be valuable and get one core connection that, you know, that goes the distance with you, that's one tip, is like, think outside of the box. What are they wanting and how can I move it forward? And think outside, who do I know that could move it forward? Right? Who do I know that can move this forward for them? And then Tiberius brought it up too. When we asked Tiberius, what's the one thing you would do? He said, I would find the best of the best in whatever industry I'm going in, and then I would find a way to get close to him or her. And I'm telling you, this is one of the ways to do it, right? You seek them out, and then you go, how can I give value? How can I give value? How can I give value? And you just keep giving value. And that, believe me, for the right person that's aligned for you, it's not going to work for everyone, but for the right person, your odds go way up. You stand way out and they start to know you. I mean, I had a reputation of speakers in 2006, 2007. They always took my call because they knew I called with a gift in hand, right? So that's how you want to think. Is that making sense? Oh, you don't know him, but you trust me. Rodney, you're coming, aren't you, to the Atlanta event? I believe that you're coming to the Atlanta event. Okay, so the first thing is figuring out your value. Then I want you to drop in the chat because I want to make sure I'm giving you stuff that will actually be practical and useful for you right now. So if you have any questions about this or ideas about this or any blocks around this, please do write it in the chat. That's how I can actually make sure I can give you, what you need. But first of all, like we said, you need to catch a vision of what's possible in collaboration. And let me tell you, right now is the time because ad spend is going up. And if you notice, even the big dogs are collaborating. Spotify with Starbucks with Target, Lyft with Grubhub. Like all these collaborations are happening because we share resources. We're better together. We rise together. Tap into audiences that would love you and like you and need your services. It's got to be mutually nourishing for it to be long game. Anybody will collaborate with you once, but you got to be super mutually nourishing. That's how the long game happens. All right. So get that vision of collaboration, make that hot list. Who could I collaborate with? And think of the most celebrity people first that are your dream team. And then think of in my industry, like, and outside of my industry, who has the customers, the clients, the people that I also serve, and do I have something to give that person back, right? And make a list of those. I got a little head. Make a list of those people. Who has the customers, clients, avatars, the people that you serve. Make a list of those, right? And start to let your engine run of who you should be collaborating with. Like this that you're participating in, it's a collaboration. Les Brown and I and Project Uprise, and then all of our speaker friends that came on to lock arms with us. And we all are here to serve you and getting to your next level, right? So get a vision of that. And then, yes, you're going to be in Atlanta, Rodney, whoop, whoop, and the Zone, because you bought one of those first tickets. I'm going to be bringing Danny up in a minute because I realize the time and we need to tell you about that event. The other thing that I want you to think about is then, how do you give them value? What do they want? And the third thing I spoke to in that story with Pat Summerall is, once you know what that value is, be quick at delivering it. So there are some people that want the whole paragraph of, all the vision and the PowerPoint and the long details. But most people are just ridden with data, and they're getting so much information thrown at them more than ever. So you need to communicate that value very fast. That's what I learned at Pat Summerall. Is, we would call up and say, look, I'm thinking of featuring you. I'm Adora with Pat Summerall Productions. We're thinking of featuring you on the Discovery Channel, but I'm going to need to talk with you in the next few days to see if it's a fit. And that would get the person on the cell phone. So there's some elements there. Those of you that are trying to book people on your podcast, those of you that are going to do Shanda's training and learn the list building model, or you're going to reach out for these collaborations, a forward to your book, you need to be very direct. And I'm going to talk about the Atlanta event. Yes, I love it. Laura, we'll do that. So you need to be very direct, okay? But with the value, but also sincere. And right, so that is where you would say, look, I love what you did on XYZ. I love the book that you wrote on XYZ. It really touched my heart. And I love your stand for people that have dealt with addiction, right? We'll bring it back to that, Joe Polish. And I've got an event coming up helping entrepreneurs navigate addiction recovery. And I'd love to feature you on it because I know you're one of the top voices in the network. We're finalizing the schedule over the next few days. And if I were talking to a big dog, I would say, let me know who to talk to, because they have a team and you might be talking to customer service, right? So you want to get to the right person. So that's a very direct, quick way. And there's so much more we can say about all of this, but we have limited time. So let me go ahead and bring Danny up, and we'll bring up our offer. Hello, Danny.
Hey, what's up, everybody? That was amazing, Adora. Thank you very much.
Oh, man, that was wild, right? Puppy in. We went all over the place. I'm drinking out of a jar.
I have the same, so that's good. But you know what? People don't look at what you do and how cute that look. I really think that's a myth nowadays. People look at your heart, your voice. How do you speak with pure passion, and how knowledgeable are you, and what can you do for them? And right now in that presentation, one thing I know for sure is that people understood, wow, that would be powerful for me.
Yeah. And it's so possible. It's much simpler than people think. It's not about being like this super connector or like you got to send birthday cards to everyone. It's about being really clear and then very strategic and giving value. And it is much simpler than that. And when you have one core connection, I mean, Dennis has been a core connection that has knocked over so many dominoes for years and years and years of my career, and is one of my favorite human beings on the planet.
Yeah.
Okay. So this whole offer is built around this Atlanta event. So what I want you to know about this Les Brown live event in Atlanta, it's August 18th and 19th. This event on its own, without anything else I show you, once our cart closes, these tickets are $1,000 each, period. Okay, they're $1,000 tickets, only 120 people in the room, staff included, because that's what we booked and we wanted it to be very intimate. All right, we wanted you to really be able to take in the people, the network, that no one gets lost. And we wanted you to, our vision is you walk in and you meet your collaboration partners, your vacation buddies, your tribe, your next breakthrough, that you leave and get actual work done while you're there. Imagine if you end up with a collaboration with Les Brown or one of our other speakers. I know for sure Sherry from the Real Housewives of Atlanta, she's coming. She's bringing some friends. I know that I think Pinky Cole from Slutty Vegan's going to be there and spending time there. Eric will be there. Rob will be there. I'll be there. Many other speakers. And then we're all Bill Walsh will be there. Rob Cosberg will be there. Our next speaker will be there. Carlotta, the tax wealth business acquisition. So it's going to be this tight-knit group of people that we're all excited to be there with each other and with Les. And then this extended invitation to those of you who feel it and step into the vision of where you're being called to go. So fear is when we're stuck in our past, our limits, our mistakes. But when we're powerful is when we make a choice to step into the vision of our future right here, right now. This represents that, stepping into the vision of hanging out with Les Brown. So it's not just being with him and him working with you like you worked with Danny, but it is having me, a masterful wing gal, and my team that are all committed to making sure they're reading your applications, that you're getting connected, you're getting heard, you're getting hooked up. So just imagine what that is like. So you get 2 tickets to that in Atlanta. You get my 5-day intensive Rich with Connections Ultimate. This is something that's a base of one of my masterminds. And that mastermind has been $15,000 to $60,000. And it is a base because it gives you the scripts, the strategies, the role play. We do a connection audit on what connections are already there in your network that we could be just having you be that, have that next quantum leap breakthrough. And who do you need to connect to? And me helping you, this is how I would reach out to that person. And for some of you, I will even be opening doors of my own connections and Rolodex for you for that. So you get that. You get 2 days in Vegas to the Ultimate Wealth Boot Camp with Bill Walsh. And you get 2 tickets to that. That's in December. Lisa, you'd love that. Then we're calling you, Mama. Click the link. I'd love that because you know what? The people who take action, just like when I told you I didn't know how I was going to pay for my electricity, that one choice changed my entire life. I would not be who I am. My children would not be who they are if I had not made that scary choice of investing in my future when I didn't know how. Right. And I'm not saying don't pay your electricity. That's between you and whatever. But what I'm saying is those stretchy moments when you're like, I don't know how, I don't know if it's going to fit. I don't know. Like, don't think of that. Be the kind of person that commits first, like Eric Sorensen says, and then makes the moves. All right. So we're going to have those of you that saw Shanda. If you didn't see her, you're definitely going to watch that. She gave you $1 million formula. She's one of my personal business mentors. As soon as she released this event, I booked myself for it. It's the Zone event in Austin, Texas, a 3-day event, and you get a ticket to that. I'll be there working on my business. The last one I went with her, Billie Jean was there. And she's always epic, always brings her great people. So this is where she's going to help you handle your money. You're going to be marketing, doing getting your business plan and the next level of what you're doing next all laid out, because she said they're going to have, what are those called? What post-it, the big post-it flip charts everywhere, strategizing with you and working on your atmosphere, your mind, your money, your atmosphere handled. So what this is accountability. Like, you know who you are, but getting in the room, staying with the people, staying in the environment, moving things along. It's the accountability when life is like, trying to get in your way. You get Eric Sorensen's virtual program, 100K in 100 days. That's happening here coming up in July. VIP access. All right, you get Rob Cosberg, which Shanda said she's a testimonial of him. And so is Lady Boss from ClickFunnels. You get his 997 ticket for booking yourself on TV. And he trains you on all of that. Super awesome. And for the first, I think we've already sold 3 tickets. I don't know, I have to check with the team. So there are 7 tickets to go, or we have 3 accounted for. So 7 tickets to go. The first of you that purchase this, you're going to get a ticket to Grow Stack Drive here in Dallas, Texas, July 26th, 28th. Brendan Burchard is there. Gary Brecka will be there. John Maxwell will be there. I'll be there for a day, and then I go film a show in New York. I was so like, they're stacked on each other. But you get a ticket to that. So that's the fast action bonus. And I'm going to read your questions here. And then your name gets on this legacy project. Okay. The t-shirt, the hoodie, I slapped that, the poster. And these are representing that we're standing for these kids, that we are ending child trafficking, that we are not just going to ignore that child trafficking is the number one. We're the number one consumers here in the US of child trafficking. So we're standing, we're making a difference. Your name goes on there. Lots of celebrities have committed to wear these shirts. And so you'll be able to see that once we have the full 1,000 names, and you'll get yours. And a third of all of this goes to the shelter that we're funding in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So Danny, anything you want to say about this program, or anything about this while I look at the questions? And
yeah, my first question is how can they buy? Where do they?
Oh, it's $2,500. I skipped past that. So all of that is only $2,500, and you can buy it at acceleratemylegacy.com.
acceleratemylegacy.com. All right, perfect. So without asking question, I just want to do a quick recap about what it is, right? Because I think from an external point of view, I just want to share a quick story with you. And it's a story I call I'm 8 million broker than I should be, right? Because the reason I say that is that from 25 to 30 years old, I sold basically $8 million online, right? But from 20 to 25, I sold actually 0. But I was in the game. I was learning funnel. I was reading the books. I was doing the stuff. The thing that missed from me was the people. It was the skill set, was surrounding myself. I'm from Montreal, Canada, so French Canadians don't know crap about internet marketing, right? At least back in the days. So what really helped me and put me on the track was when I surrounded myself with like-minded people. And the place where I found them actually for me back in the days was 10X Growth Con, was Funnel Hacking Live. It was all those seminars that I've went to Ty Lopez's house in Beverly Hills. Ty Lopez, I have a hard time pronouncing his name in English. But I did all those stuff, not necessarily for the knowledge. I know how to read. I know how to watch YouTube video. I did it because every time I would meet someone, I would meet a future partner. Like I basically built a business with somebody I met at one of those events at which I thought I had no money to go, right? Anyway, what I mean by that is that you are really one connection away. Adora could introduce you to anybody that could change your life, right? Eric Sorensen, what would it change to do 100K in 100 days in your business? What if you could have 2 days with Les Brown so you can speak, impact, and influence like he does, right? What if you could get featured on TV at being at Rob Cosberg seminar, right? So my point is just, guys, I want you to truly understand that you are one, I say thing away, one milestone away, one person away, one key knowledge away, one nugget away, one people away, one seminar away. But the thing is, you never know which one.
Yeah.
You'll never know which one until you go. And Adara, that's personal to me. Okay, I don't know if you had the same experience. In fact, I think it's a pure randomness, right? But the place I've thought the most about, I think I should not go. That's a lot of money. Like, for example, there was one like last year in Mexico. It was in a hotel costing way too much for the money I wanted to invest into a week, right? I had my girlfriend that I take care of. I pay employees, all those stuff. I was like, that's a lot of money. It changed my life. Now I can't, like, I would not be there. We would not have met. I would not have known Eric. I would not have signed for second inner circle year. I would be like $1 million broker. All because at the point I was like, I should go there, right?
Mm.
Guys, like, you have to understand, what if you could create wealth like Bill Walsh? What if you create 100K like Eric Sorensen? What if you could get book on stage and sell from stage like Adara does? What if you could get Adara's connection or Rolodex? All of that for 2,500.
It's
I
crazy.
know it's a lot of money when you look at the money, but money has to be attached to value and what you get for, right? And let me give you an example. If I sell you a brand new Porsche today for 2,500, you'll be like, "That's a steal! I'm gonna borrow money to my parents in order to be able to do it. I'll do it. It's a Porsche for 2,500, deal of a lifetime." But not if you could meet the person who could make you a millionaire.
Mm.
Do you really want success, right? And I just want to finish with that, okay? Because I know that I know you're brilliant enough. I know you know what's the right move for you. I know you should do it. And I know you know that you should do it, okay? So I just want to finish with like something that I think is truly powerful. And the thing is, what is the biggest expense you have in life, right? What is the biggest expense you have in life? There's a delay, so I won't wait for answers, okay? But most people will say, my car, my house, my taxes, right? Truth is, the biggest expense you have in life is not knowing how to do $1 million, right? If you did 100,000 last year, it cost you 900,000 last year, not to do $1, right? If your goal is 100K, it costs you 100K per year not to go to those events, right? So you never know when you are that close to success, right? I went from selling $2,500 package to $35,000 package. It's 12 time increase just because somebody at a seminar convinced me I could change my life, right? It was Justin, by the way, Justin Benton, you know him. So I remember we're sitting beachside and he was like, "Bro, you do it. You do it. You tell me you do it or you send me $10,000 by wire." I'm like, "You really believes I can," right? All of that because I was at the right place at the right time with the right people, being open and vulnerable, right?
Amazing. Amazing.
Just go forward. Take the leap of faith. Trust yourself. If you're already there, it means you trust Adora. It means you trust Les Brown. It means you trust probably me. It means that you trust all of us, guys. But please, trust yourself.
Mm.
Of faith. Act with courage. Do what you know you should do. Do what you know is the next step or the next milestone in order for you to reach the success you not only desire, but you know you deserve.
Yes.
Right? So please, guys, trust yourself and go at the link acceleratemylegacy.com. It will be amazing. It doesn't matter if you can do all of those seminars. You are one seminar away. Doesn't matter if you don't meet all the people. You are one connection away. But Danny, what if I have some employees to train and some calls to take at the seminar? Doesn't matter. You're one nugget away, right? Guys, 2,500 for an entrepreneur who wants to impact the world, share a message, and leave a legacy. Like, there's absolutely no reason in the world to say no. And I want, like, second time that I finish with this, okay? I really think it's, I called my, it was when I was beginning in selling high ticket programs, okay? And the guy has just, he was selling websites. Back in the day, some people used to sell websites before funnel was a thing, right? And I would have told, the guy would have told me, like, I don't have money to invest in your program, Danny. And I called him out. I'm like, "Bro, you're a liar." He's like, "What?" I'm like, "Bro, you're a liar. Don't lie to me. Tell me no. Tell me you won't. Tell me you won't invest yourself. Tell me you won't invest the time. Tell me you can. Tell me you have broken fingers and can't type on a keyboard. But don't lie to me, man." He's like, Danny, I'm not lying to you. What do you mean? I'm like, okay, so you're telling me right now that if the life of your son was on the line for $2,500 freaking dollars, right freaking now, right, that you couldn't find the money, that you couldn't borrow to a bank, that you couldn't go on a drawer, that you couldn't advertise your freaking sofa on Facebook Marketplace? Brother, if your life is on the line, you'll not only find 2,500, you'll find 250K. So don't lie to me, bro. Just tell me you won't and be honest with you and be honest with me so we save time. How serious are you about that success? How serious are you about that website design business? How serious are you about showing, that was his thing, about showing your girlfriend you're someone, right? 3 months later, he went from not living in his parent room anymore. He went from having his own, not condo, penthouse. Went from having no car to not having a small car, having, what's this called? Alfa Romeo, right? Almost as like $80,000 car, Canadian dollar, right? Just because he lied to me, I called him out. I said, bro, you're lying to me. Don't freaking do that. Don't you dare. Just be honest. I'll accept it. I don't need your money. I just want you to be honest. Now he's living the dream. Because at one time he stretched out. He was like, yeah, probably is the thing to do for me if I want to achieve the things that I really say I want to achieve, right? So that's it for me. That's my 2 cents in this. But
oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Danny. I know that you're activating beyond, because you've seen so many make those quantum leaps, and you know what's possible, and that's what we're standing for, is people and their leaps, and we know what's happened in our lives. So I'm actually excited to introduce you to Courtney and Danny because of several things. One, Courtney has become a dear friend of mine. Courtney's been on TV, on New York billboards, on private jets lately, on islands vacationing where Pitbull was also vacationing privately, and has been in the capital business, coastal capital, for a really long time, but made a shift of adding story-based funding entrepreneurs. And she's going to share with us briefly how she got into that and why it's important. But Danny and Courtney, let me tell you why I want you two to meet together. One is Danny was like, I don't think any coach is thinking they can get funding right now, even at the highest levels. Like, why, how? They're not thinking that yet. And Courtney has the method of, why are you spending all your own capital when you could be using some capital to float you when you're investing in the next marketing, your studio, these different things. And Courtney, Danny is the webinar whisperer. So he is like the top of the top are hiring him to have high converting webinars. So you two, with where you are in your businesses, I think would be very beneficial to one another. So Courtney, but also Courtney's the one that introduced me to Slutty Vegan, Pinky Cole, who is a friend and client of hers. And so Courtney will also be with us there in Atlanta. I love you. Thank you for being here, Courtney.
Thank you so much for having me. And Danny, thank you for all of your input. I loved listening to you. That was amazing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's super nice of you. So I will leave you the mic, and I'll let you do your magic.
Wonderful. Let's connect after. I would love to connect with you.
Of course,
okay.
100%.
Great. Well, yes, I know Adora introduced me. I am Courtney Murray. I'm the CEO and founder of Coastal Capital. I actually just got in from speaking at the Moment conference in Texas with about 500 different entrepreneurs, CEOs, different strategists, and as well as coaches. And so when I was an entrepreneur, when I started, I undercapitalized myself and I owned a clothing store. And so as I started understanding business financing and separating your business and your personal credit, I started realizing there's a real need to educate. And one of the things that Dora and I have talked about for so long is, I started this year creating a line that was something that kind of disrupted our industry. we are an asset-based lender. So usually we look at assets to lend against and help people start, building their business credit. But we started realizing how much business has changed. And me as an entrepreneur, I know how important it is to have a mentor. You can't go at any of this alone. And I think reaching out and finding the people who can help mentor is such a big part. I have an amazing mentor, Janelle Delgado. I absolutely love her. She has come into my company, and I know what the cash outlay is for an amazing mentor. If you want to level up and you want to become a wealthy entrepreneur, you have to learn to utilize your capital. Cash is king. But in order to keep your cash in your pocket, you need to stop having those cash outlays. So we wanted to create a line, which we're working on extensively. And we started dabbling in it this year for people who are coaching, social media influencers. It costs a lot of money to do those things. One of the reasons that we put together this line is we wanted to be able to assist others with these products. So for coaches, I love this. We have a couple different things. So coaches utilize a lot of their cash flow to, they go on stage, they go on these trips, they go and try to work with people and motivate and educate. One of the things that we've been doing is creating a line for coaches' clients. So if the client doesn't have the cash outlay to come in and pay the full, monthly fee, or maybe it's a yearly fee that they have to pay, we want to see if they qualify for some sort of working capital product that will allow us to pay the coach, them to utilize the program, and then they pay for the program as it works for them. So we have that to help assist the coaches with, any sort of cash that they want to have coming into their business. So they will have that cash automatically. But also Adora and I were talking, which I think is amazing, some of these stages and setting up the booths and the cost of the outlay when you're going into building one of the live events, that costs a lot of money. You have to get the building and wherever you're going to put on the live event, some of the people that you hire to come in, that costs money. If you have a book or a publication that you want to have, you want to buy additional publications to sell at the event, that's really important, mostly for the coaches that have written books and they want to promote those all cost quite a bit of money. And until, you sell them, you're not gaining that money back. And so we wanted to create a line that would work for coaches, mentors, and also their clients. It's something that we're really passionate about. And so my team here at Coastal Capital, we've been working with certain capital investors to make sure that we are focused on creating more of a line. And we want to make it as easy as possible for you. So a lot of people think business financing is hard. We are a story-based lender. And so what we do is we actually look at the business. We look at the logistics from the cash flow coming in, the accounts receivable, things like that, but we're not putting a main focus on credit. Although we like to see personal credit, we're a business capital lender. So we like to see that the business has been established and then you have some revenue that has been generated. We also work with startups. And so if you are a startup, we can actually help with, becoming an advocate for your business and helping you establish the business credit so you can borrow lines without commingling your personal and business credit. But all it takes is one thing, an application. And so if you have been in business for over 2 years, we can fund up to $250,000 with just an application and 3 months bank statements. That's basically all we need. And we have everything from SBA Express loan to a bridge loan. We have asset-based lending if you do want to use collateral to have it become a little more stable in a longer term. But no one should turn away the fact that they don't have to commingle their personal and business credit. I know a lot of people say to me, we are getting ready to buy a home and I don't want my personal credit pulled. Well, I understand that. I know when I was buying a home, I didn't want to affect my debt to income ratio. And so one of the things that people don't know in business finance is that we take only a soft pull on your credit. So we just make sure that you have things that are in line with our product. And so it doesn't affect your personal credit when you're doing a credit pull. So it's not going to affect your points on your credit score. And we also, when we do a loan, we only report to business credit. And so with that said, you have availability to borrow money, set up your event, and maybe buy the additional books or set up your booth or whatever the costs are for you. Borrow that money on a short term, and then you're able to pay it back as you're able to make money for it. One of the things I talked about this weekend, which was fun in Texas, is, you wouldn't pay for an employee before they started working for you, right? So if that's the case, why would you pay a cash outlay before you started generating revenue? And I think that that is such an important thing to teach each and every one of you out there. I'm so excited to be able to speak in Atlanta and educate. I feel like I could sit on this forum for 8 hours today and teach you guys all of the little pieces of business finance. But I want to really get the word out that there is availability. There are advocates. My company, which is Coastal Capital, capitals with a K, we have a multitude of very, very amazing reps inside my office that have been taught from me. They have been taught from start to finish on really educating the entrepreneurs, educating the coaches, educating the cash outlay, making sure it makes sense, because putting everything on a credit card, that can affect your debt to income ratio. Putting everything, borrowing money and giving away equity is something we also don't want you to have to do if you've built and established your credit from a certain point. There are a lot of people, mostly through COVID, that are leveling up, and collaboration is the new currency. And so we really believe to collaborate and to continue to do these movements together. It costs a little bit of cash outlay there. Adora and I have talked about, she's sent over a multitude of clients who have ideas, and they haven't put the ideas into effect yet because they couldn't find the funding for it. So just working with someone who can come in and assist you with the differences on, whether bank financing is right for you, how it will affect your credit, how to understand what the cost of money is, so you can generate wealth. One of my, favorite stories is, I don't know if any of you have heard of Brian Johnson, the entrepreneur. I love this story because he did the same thing I did when I first started out. I did door-to-door sales. So I'm a born salesperson. And he invented a solution and ended up selling a solution to, he sold the solution to PayPal for $800 million when he was 18 years old. Well, I did the same thing door to door that he did. And I knew that there was a disconnect on people understanding how their merchant processing costs, things like that. But I didn't ever know that I could create a solution and maybe hire an engineer or things like that, because when you can't get bank funding, maybe you haven't established your credit. Maybe you're a coach that doesn't want to use your credit, something like that. But when you haven't currently established personal credit enough to borrow the line that will go, towards creating success, then it's going to be really hard to, once you hear those declines, you don't hear the yeses. Some people just take that one opinion and they look at that opinion and think, well, I'm declined. I'm not going to be able to move forward. That shouldn't be the case. So at my company, we look at a few things. We look at how long you've been in business, what type of AR you have coming in, what type of valuation you have on your company. We want to see what you're doing, who your clients are. We want to know about you because we want to create a partnership. Again, collaboration is the new currency, right? We want a partnership because we want you to win. We want you to succeed. And so my education to everyone in any sort of entrepreneurial industry is to create a platform for yourself, create a 90-day goal. And within that 90 days, start breaking it down into segments. Who is going to get you there? Make a list of all the people who are going to get you there. What is going to get you there? Is it going to be money? If it's going to be money, what are all of the places? Where are all of the places that you can look for money? Is it going to be a family member, a private investor, someone who would take equity, something that I don't like to give away? Would it be a bank? Is it going to be credit card? So you put yourself at a credit card debt with compounded interest. Are you going to borrow against your home? Again, compounded interest. So you look at an interest rate, and now you look at the rates, they've gone up a little bit. Remember, that's all on your personal credit. Every single one of those things I listed, except for a family member or someone taking equity, is personal credit. So how much do you value your business and your relationships? Create a list, allowing yourself to look at alternative ways of lending. My company does that. There's a multitude of companies out there that also assist with that. But I do believe that we have a bit of a niche because we really, really care about our clients. We want to make sure that you all get into something that you can, first of all, afford. You can always grow. It's harder to take away. So we want to make sure that it's affordable to you. We will never put you in anything that you can't afford, but we want to make sure that you're educated. It's absolutely imperative that you educate on these type of things. And so I'm just, as an entrepreneur who failed, I remember my absolute love was clothing. I opened this clothing store with every single thing that I had. I undercapitalized myself because I paid for, the sign outside, the cash register, the events that I had, trunk shows, which reminds me of a lot of coaching. You have your show set up. Some of them cost anywhere from, I've seen show setups cost $30,000 to, excess of that. And Adora, you and I talked about that. That's a lot of cash outlay for anyone having an event. And the bigger you get, the more people that know you, the bigger the event is. Yeah. And so you really, really need to look at and explore your options.
Well, and we're not ending here. I'm just popping in because I want to help land, and we've had other questions come from the team. So first of all, when you're listening, guys, I want you, there's probably two things coming up. One is, yeah, but I still can't get it. Even though she said you're not going to need to use your personal credit. A lot of entrepreneurs have heard that, go for a business loan, and then they always ask for their social, and it ends up being personal. She's already said that. All right. The other thing is Courtney made the case for that you don't need to be using your own income. The way she was using her own income in her store, and then realized that it could be different, and her family could be peaceful and her home life peaceful, which means you're better for your entrepreneurial client, vision and the clients that you serve. But here's the other thing. This is an unfair advantage. If you're a coach, a speaker, Courtney started coaching and speaking, and working with so many of us, which is why I think you're even seeing this opportunity. But there are costs, and you could be right now accessing some income, especially those of you that are regularly doing workshops. You're already out there to go to that next level. And Courtney, I'm not kidding. We have got to get together because I'm right now in conversation about a ship buyout, like a buyout of a whole cruise ship. And the woman has the model for it, just really monetizing it well. She's a Forbes travel company, like huge, and filling it with self-development amazingness. And this isn't the Think and Grow Rich cruise that we have coming up. It's something totally different. And so knowing and putting the right pieces together, the other side of that, guys, is this is the same woman that's funding restaurants, that's funding trucks, that's been in this business for years. So a lot of times when you're stuck in the weeds, these kind of things, it's either like you take fast action and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm going to go for this. And you get all, maybe you've had an experience of thinking you're going to get funded and you've been like, okay, no, you're just not even going to go there because you don't think it's possible, or you think you're too busy, or you're not ready. Make a move, because you won't ever get ready if you don't check and see, where are you? What is possible? Yeah, go ahead.
Exactly. And I think that that's so important. And, recently I worked with a client, and, she had some health issues, and it was a long year of medical, things adding up, because that happens. Life happens. People get divorces, that something happens, maybe an accident or whatnot. Things happen to the personal credit. Our personal credit score was developed in 1958. And look at how much technology in the world has changed since 1958. Why aren't we developing a different type of score, right? So we're really trying to disrupt the industry by changing the narrative. And so, this girl who had some health issues, I understood her business. I understood that she knew how to cash flow and she knew how to market. She's big on brand currency, but in order to brand herself and to get into a book, as well as to get onto, some of these segments and shows that she wanted to do, it was going to cost about $35,000. And so what we did is I looked at the full story. I looked at the package. I knew the credit had dipped way lower, even though we put the soft pull. I got the full story, and I put together a 6-month program that worked for her. And within 6 months, she hired 26 new employees. Her credit score has jumped up 60 points, which is a lot in 6 months, because we started working with her on what to do and how to do it. And then she came back and borrowed, a second loan and started creating another segment of her business. And so we see success stories all the time. What happens in a lot of companies is they hire based on a number. It's like a boiler room mentality. We don't, because we really want the client to succeed. And so sometimes that remember, Michael Jordan, what did he miss? 9,000 baskets before he actually was able to move to the next segment and move to an NBA team. So 9,000 baskets. Think about 9,000 no's before you get a yes. You don't have to search that hard. You need to make a list and create exactly what you want out of life and start writing down those goals and marking them off the list. Call the people call the bank and call the credit card company, weigh out the options, but understand interest, understand the cost of money. People don't understand that. People don't understand the score. And so right now, my company is in the middle of getting ready to do, we're going to be doing some crowdfunding for a capital raise, and that will be to open up bigger lines so I can stamp my approval on these, because I believe in all of this that's going on. I'm out there doing it myself, and I know the cost of it. And I can't finance myself because I am the company. So that's kind of an arm's length, but we want to be able to do this for so many other people. And at least we can give you the ideas of, how to get approved if you're not approvable right now.
Alan says, can you have someone from your team reach out to me? I tried to sign up for your newsletter and email your group without success.
Absolutely. And I can give you just our email direct into my company. Can I pop it into a chat here?
Yeah, let's do that. Team, you're on it. Listen. Yep, go ahead.
Join the chat.
Well, they can pop it and it'll go across all the way.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
It's you can just email Sarah right now. She deals with all of our operations. So it's Sarah, SARAH at coastalcapital.com, and capital is with a K. So it's COASTALKAPITAL courtneymurray.com. But I also can be found at courtneymurray.com, and it's KORTNEY. And that also has the link to everything I'm doing, as well as my company, and a way to reach out to us. And we'll have somebody from the team definitely reach out to you.
Let them know you found her here, because that's generous too. It lets her know where her time is being used wisely, which I know we love hanging out anyway, Courtney. And
Yes,
but
I love it.
I do have a couple questions. So that came up from the audience as well. You guys definitely reach out, and I know we have a gift from Courtney team. If it doesn't come out now, it should be in the chat, but I'll pull off and find it. All right, so that we can get it out here. I've got to introduce you to Carlotta. You will meet her in person, but she just the gift that she gave everyone was knowing how to acquire businesses as a wealth and tax strategy, and where the businesses are. And you two would be a great collaboration, because she said the SBA just came out with something, and people are getting businesses that are 40 years old for 0 down. So that, like, collaboration, guys, you see, like, that is a perfect collaboration. The person who is showing the acquisitions with the person that can get the funding with I just think you two will really have some great synergies. But to stay on this topic of disruption, as you're disrupting the market of coaching with what's possible for their funding, that's really, yes, she will be in Atlanta, Angela. She will be in Atlanta.
Yes, I'm so excited to be in Atlanta.
And so you'll be able to, we made it 2 days so that you have time to actually network. At first it was going to be 1 day, but then we realized that's just going to be a lot of outpouring, and 2 days allows you to meet for dinner in between, to have workshops. We can do actual workshops and go deeper. So you'll definitely want to go there. A question that I got, and I said the answer was probably no, but that you could point us in the direction. One of the team members asked is, does your company, people who want to come to all this stuff, how would they find funding for that? I know we're talking something totally different, the coaches and the businesses, but anything you want to say about that?
So if they're a business owner, we can always do working capital. So if you're a business owner and you're generating revenue, you can apply for working capital to go to these type of events. So just depending on, how long you've been in business, we really like, when it's just a working capital, we really like to see at least 2 years established in business, so we can show that, there's some sort of movement. But you can go as little as 6 months in business, as long as you have revenue that's generating and you don't want to use your cash outlay. We can create some sort of product for you. So it is a possibility. The only thing my company doesn't do, and we won't dabble in it because it's just not my expertise, is anything that goes on your personal credit. We don't do anything personal. So if you don't have a business established, we can also direct you into the right place if you're looking to open a business or opening a coaching business. If you don't have an LLC created or an incorporation, we can walk you through the differences. We're not accountants or CPAs or attorneys, but I've been doing this for over 20 years. So we can walk you into the direction of, tax incentives and things like that you can go back to your CPA and see if that works for you. But if you're going into a business, I say, make sure you protect yourself, make sure you get into an LLC or an incorporation, so we can walk through those things on how you can actually make the move forward. And, you can start small in your community. And that's the biggest thing. You can create your own event, and you can create anything you want, even an online workshop or a book, and people will start coming. And remember, always use your voice. It's something I didn't use for a while because I was building out this company and I realized I need to use my voice. And it's also healing. You start realizing what your purpose is, and mostly for coaching. And I know that you all have been there. And so that's what led you into the coaching side of things. So it's really exciting to be able to use my voice finally, because I've always been a businesswoman and I realized how many people out there really need what we have.
Well, and look, that's something else I want you all to notice about having friends. Courtney and I met on maybe the New Psychology of Winning event or the Think and Grow Rich.
Think and Grow Rich.
Yeah, you came on as a speaker, and I just resonated so much with the heart of your story and the story. And you guys heard the story of, you know, her store and then getting into capital. But the reason she wanted to start doing story-based lending, especially for women, is because she had that experience of not being funded, and her heart, like many of us, when we're in contribution and we do the work and we're in overflow, we want to give to other people. We want to rise other people up. We want to see people win. And she found a solution and started going, okay, I work in all this, you know, construction and heavy, you know, machinery with all these men, but I want to get behind and lock arms with the women. It's ended up being lots of entrepreneurs, but what I want you to hear is the heart of the entrepreneur. And we bring you the people with the heart for contribution. And I know that you're that kind of person, or you wouldn't be hanging out with us, because we set the vibe so solid, you know? So Courtney, thank you for your stand.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me again on the show. I mean, I am in the middle of writing, you know, the basically book that I've always wanted to write, because my clothing store was called Chaos with a K, because I'm Courtney with a K, and I'm going to create how my chaos led to capital, and I want to have that as a creation for everybody to, you know, learn.
Okay, as a client of Adora, could we do a monthly payment for the Atlanta event? Yes, you could.
As long as it's a business, we can look at the opportunity and what the, you know, what the strategy is, and we can always communicate and give you all of the different options.
Okay, well, awesome. So I want to make sure people get your application. So part of me is like, let's put this off, but people are right here. And where is that? Does the team
go to CourtneyMurray.com, and then I actually, because my team has all of the different applications, they have online links. There should be an apply here link on there, and it's an online application. So CourtneyMurray.com or coastalcapital.com, and there's apply here links all over. Just let them know when it says in the referral that it's right there from this amplifier.
From this event. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. So we'll do it that way. I'm like, usually my team is here there's something else going on logistically background. So Lisa is on another project, but we'll use this one, Courtney Murray, apply here.
Thank you.
Yeah. So make sure we apply. And look, those of you, I'm going to put some more urgency on this, because I know this. I know Courtney, and we've been saying, let's get together, and I haven't gotten together, which is BS. So I'm going to lead from the front and make sure that we set a time together. So Courtney, after, just text me the best way for me to set that up. I know you have a team like that.
Yes, I'll send you to Sarah. I'm actually here filming David Meltzer this week, and then going to Vegas to do a morning show. And so after that, I'll be back on the 22nd. I should be back, and then Sarah will start booking my calendar. So
yeah, and I'll make sure my team that we're set too, because it's just priority. And those things, again, it's not like when you're hanging out, when you were listening to Carlotta, when you're listening to Courtney, Grant Cardone, and so many others, Shanda, Gary V, I think I've heard say that he wished he would have known. They all wish they would have started using other people's money sooner, that they all wish that they had known what is possible when you stop using your own business income and your own income, and you get extra support.
yes.
What's possible for the leaps, how you can invest in the equipment you need sooner. You can invest in the mentorship you need sooner, the marketing that you need, the PR, the whatever it is that you need, the books, so you can do your signing, the trips, the flights, all the things. the branding package, photo session, all the things, right?
All
The event
expensive.
space.
You really want to do that and keep your cash in your pocket, because entrepreneurs, and the fastest way to create generational wealth is to be able to invest in opportunities for yourself. There's not one entrepreneur I know who doesn't want to invest in more opportunities as they arise. And you can't do that if you use your cash. And so use other people's money. I always say OPM. And so if you
Other
can do it that
people's
way,
money. And Courtney's saying, come on, apply now. So make sure that we get that in there, and we'll get that in the recap emails when we send those out. And Courtney, just thank you so much. Anything else you want to say before we let you go?
just thank you guys for all being here. Thanks for showing up for yourselves. That's what I always love to say, because I think that the hardest part sometimes, just like going to the gym, I always say, get there and you'll go in, get there and you'll do it. So getting here right now is the first step in it. Then you need to just write down exactly what your goal is, have an end date on that goal, and start creating your list. As long as you do that and start outreaching, get what is needed. Let's get the knowledge in there so you know what you have to accomplish. Don't think that your idea isn't big enough, because it is. And if you don't do it, someone else will. So let's get you to the next level.
So awesome. Thank you, Courtney. I can't wait to see you in person. And I know we'll meet before then. Lots of love.
I can't wait to see you.
And your book, girl. I cannot wait. I cannot wait.
Thank you. You guys have fun the rest of your day. Reach out. You know how to get me. And hopefully I'll see a lot of you.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah. Bye. Awesome. All right. Benjamin says, yes, exactly. All right. So we're going to do a little reset. Okay. We've got Dr. DeMartini coming on at 1:00. So production team, I want you to put in the scroller. Sarah reached out and got me hooked up. Awesome. Okay. So production team, I'm going to talk to you. Then those of you in the chat, while I'm talking to them, I want to see your biggest takeaway so far from this event, your biggest takeaway, your biggest aha moment. I want you to ground it in and let us see with the team. And then production team, I want you to put on the scroller that Dr. DeMartini will be with us at 1 Central. And then I want us to go into the gratitude stack. So we're going to do that together. Dr. DeMartini is coming back for helping us scale our business. We're not going to do the gratitude stack. I see Livia. Woo, woo, woo. But I do want to see what your biggest takeaways are, guys. And Livia, hey.
Hey, good to see you again. All right.
Good to see you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just took my allergy meds, so I can hold through this stream.
It's a theme. You saw Les Brown. He said he had some things going on too.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, I know. But we're good. We're gonna get through,
Yeah, awesome. So, Livia, I'd love for you to just teach a little bit I know we've got like 10 minutes before I'll come back on and help you bring Dr. D on. But people were asking you questions yesterday about knowing their purpose, about standing out in brand, knowing how to connect into their own authentic thing. And one of the questions that kept coming up, and I know you were speaking to it in different ways. You said, look, go inside, get away from the noise. But people who are going, but how do I know if I'm like what my actual thing is? How do I know when I'm being myself or not? And then how, like a few tips on how that translates in showing up. Because you said, be yourself, show up. Okay, but who is myself? How do I show up? Right. So anything you want to speak to about that would be amazing.
Yeah, for sure. So I mean, the first thing for me, it's just like we're talking about expression yesterday, right? We're talking about, you you got to express yourself and focus on expression rather than impression, right? Because you impress people by the way you express yourself, and that is the truth, for all grades out there, right? And the main thing for me, and even on social media, you can see that a lot, right? Most of us are quiet. Most of us are quiet. Most of us are spectators, right? Most of us are scrollers, and so that process of expression, it's something that is just pushed down from us since we go to school, right? And we're told like, oh, sit down, be quiet, and watch the class, right? Your opinion doesn't belong here. Your expression is not allowed. And so it's indoctrination for a long time for us to get to a point, right? So you have to be extremely expressive and artistic in order to break through all that obedience and still have something to express. And as adults, we're still, right, a result of all our childhood and how we're told, to be quiet all the time. And we just, that's how we become this way, right? And so instead of like, like trying to just figure out who you are, like just express yourself more. Just, go live more, talk more, comment more, but post more, but just expose yourself more without any fear, right? Because that's also the process of figuring out what do you want to say, is when you actually take the breath to say something. And scrolling in social media, right? Like I just say, like, we think that we're online, we think that we're online because we're online, but we're not online. Nobody can see us, right, unless you express ourselves. And so we get consumed, and we get caught up, and we stay quiet, and we stay scrolling, right? And there's nothing that's not helping you in any way when you express yourself, like the work we did with the fighters, right? Vanderlei, right? We talked about Josimar, how we got him to tell his story that he never had shared with anyone, and that was the breakthrough of his career. Vanderlei was the same way, right? He wouldn't talk much. He would have really short answers on interviews, and it ends because he didn't have the confidence to talk about his story, to talk about his story and his feelings and his opinions. He didn't have that confidence, because he was exposed. And yes, there's a lot of judgment out there, but that's not what you're focused on, right? So when we started digging that in, and obviously with him, we worked with him for 10 years developing that with him. But the biggest part of developing that with him, it was when we started putting it out there, right? Because once you start putting your voice out there and your expression out there, whatever that might be, even if it's something that you don't think it's relevant, even if you think it's not important, right? You just don't know that. And when you express yourself, you start creating an ecosystem for that expression of yours. And you start seeing people connecting back with you and react to you, and you start getting noticed, right? So being quiet is the least thing that you want to do, right? You just really have to start expressing yourself with the flexibility. For me, this is what does for me, right? Like I'm not a person of conviction. I like to be able to speak, and by the end of my sentence I changed my mind, and to be able to flow with that, right? And so not to be stuck thinking of what is the perfect expression, or what's the perfect post, or what is the perfect live subject, and start just saying what's in your heart and what's in your mind, and start just being flexible with that, and allowing yourself to change within that, even, right? Even if you don't change, or if you change, and that's okay. But if you have to grow that voice, you have to go back and tell that little kid that was told to be quiet and sit down, to like, that's not true. That's not true. You can have a voice, and you can be loud, and you can express yourself with whatever that is. And in business is the same way, right? This is a world for the bold, right? It's a world where the bold are the ones that stand out. And to pioneer on anything, imagine the pioneers of anything, of any industry out there, they were the first to say something, maybe they weren't the first to think it, right? But they were the first to take it and to express it and to implement it and so on and so forth. So I think that is a very important exercise that can help anyone. And even, even if you like, whatever it is, even if it's simple, even if it's personal, whatever makes sense, whatever is, the path for you, just go ahead and do it. But just don't be the quiet person. And even on the comments, right? I like to say this because it's funny, how engagement, here we have like this thing where we hold back with our engagement. Like we don't comment, we don't say, we don't comment, we don't express a lot. Like in this country is a lot more than other countries, and so have global brands, that many times they have to launch it in an international market before launching here, because people here are very reserved with their interaction and their engagement. And it's just like, why, right? Just go ahead and express yourself and engage with things and with people. And there's people listening even when you think that they're not. But when you're quiet, then you're doing a disservice to yourself, to your brand, to your goals. And it takes practice, right? It takes practice. And it's okay to start anywhere that you're at. And so go out there and just start expressing yourself. And just don't hold yourself back. And don't try to be perfect, because nothing is perfect and nobody's perfect. And just allow yourself to express your way through your evolution, right? Not like, because you're not going to evolve without exposing those ideas, right? An idea itself, it's only evolved through the process of exposure, right? And then feedback and so on and so forth. And the more you hold within, you're not allowing those things to get to the next level or to bring you to where you want to go. So so those are the what I would say to that. Adora, are you coming back? What else should I say?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I needed to let the puppies out and coffee, and I was trying to click on and hear you, because your words are like gold. And what Livia said earlier about, oh, look at this. I have to so wait, Livia, this is just, now I want to explain the cup, but before I do, yeah, I mean, Livia lives what she says about being with her family and having her own time and running all these companies and going inside, and yet still fueling and keeping so many things going. So when you share the nuggets, usually, you're behind the brands doing things. When you share the nuggets, I just love hearing them. And this is kind of wrong for me to do, but since I did it, I told you I'm a diffuser and I'm attracted to disruptors, right? So you're a disruptor, my man's a disruptor. This says stuff like just being honest, I'm back, I need to cleanse, running late 10 minutes. And so the guy is a friend of my man who made a commitment, and they told him, if you do this one more time and you break your word, we get to shave your head. And they made a cup of it. And for a long time, I wouldn't even drink out of it. I thought it was so mean, and I have all these beautiful cups, but it's the biggest cup in my house. It's the biggest cup in my house. And now I'm about accountability. The heart it's their rough boy way of, and the guy is a former Marine. And anyway, I didn't say his name, so that's a good thing. And most of you will never recognize his face, which is really good, because I don't usually share like that. But I do think it's funny because we approach accountability different, and the balance of, you can see you've spent so much time, Livia, with me, like, I hope everything's okay. Are you okay? Blah, blah, blah. And then I've got this man who's like, I'll shave your head. He's just like, and make a cup of it. We keep our words. So anyway, I loved what you were saying about the childhood stories, and that it's important that we address those. and then be bold with whatever it is that is true for you. And that it's also interesting to hear that in other countries, the engagement is much higher. Why do you think we hold back here?
Right. Well, it's definitely a cultural thing, right? It's definitely this I don't exactly know where it comes from, right? I know, like, for example, in Brazil, right? Like, people in Brazil, like, you scroll and you see, like, not just regular people. We're talking about, like, champion fighters, right? And they're like scrolling through Instagram, and they're literally engaging with every post. They don't even know the post. They're not even looking at the post. Okay, they're engaging because that's what they do. That's their action that they take. And here, I just feel like that there's more like this big worry, right, and this reservation type of thing, and we're more reserved. And I don't really know where it comes from, but I definitely know that it can be a setback. And I just feel like you just have to be accountable to your actions, and you have to take actions with your things, right, with whatever it is that you like. Don't just keep it inside, because things don't really grow there, in a sense, right, like into life, like business, right, like you're not doing business in your head, right, like in business, it's just not going to be done in your head. Like, you're not your buyer.
Well, I know we have Dr. DeMartini in the background, but what I want to say about what you just said that is super powerful is because you also started a couple days ago with get off social media, get into your life, get into your own being, find out who you are, walk through what makes you happy, what makes you sad, and then be authentic. And then when you show up, that's going to show. Like, you can't hide that. And today you're saying be bold. And then now we're talking about engaging on social media. So it's so true that if you're going to be on social media, like I'll go on for 20-minute blocks, then don't be just a scroller and a watcher. Even then, you're telling your mind, am I sitting on the sidelines, or does my voice matter? Does my presence matter? Am I engaged, or am I numb? So at least, like, the fighters weren't even looking at the post, but at least they're doing something, they're doing something and giving back to the people that took the time to use their voice or put their creativity forward. So if you're going to be there, be there. If you're going to be on social media, freaking engage, be there. Don't just be, the quiet watcher. And because it communicates over everything that you're doing in life, be engaged in life.
Yes, for sure. More action. That's how we're gonna, right? More expression and more action. That's you, like, that's the thing. In case of doubt, take action, because it will take you somewhere, right? When you sit with your doubts, it does not take you anywhere, and therefore it doesn't help you to resolve them, right? But if you take an action, even if later you're like, oh, I would have taken a different action, but it created progress, it created evolution, it took you somewhere, right? So that's how I live my life, right? Like, we talk about it, right? I run so fast that I don't touch the floor, right? And that, you make mistakes, but it doesn't matter, because in the end of the day, you're going somewhere. So just keep taking the steps forward to whatever direction that is, because at least you're going somewhere, which is the most important thing.
Well, I want you to ask a few questions with me of the next person. I won't keep you super long, but Dr. DeMartini is one of my favorite humans. And I know I say that sometimes, but you'll notice they're usually the ones who've been with me like 20 years, or where we've gone really into intense, deep fast. Like Olivia and I she set a soul mission in my heart with this rehabbing children from child trafficking here in the US. And so she's one of my favorite humans. But Dr. DeMartini is one of the first people that taught me what it is to really be in heart and not have people above me or beneath me. And he taught me so many other things. And probably the biggest thing lately, before I bring him up, and I see Les Brown is calling, so I'm glad you're staying, Livia. but the biggest thing lately is the past 3 times I've had him on an event, he shared the story of eliminating everything that doesn't matter and knowing what area you're wealthy in. And I kept going, wow, well, I'm just so wealthy in connection and being able to connect to people, to connect to the big picture. And is one of the real reasons that I really have dialed in there on that, and why, so much of what we're doing is happening. So I'm excited. Many of you may have seen him in the movie The Secret. He's all over the world on stages, all over the place. Tiberius was so excited to share the stage with Dr. D. Martini, and I'm going to bring him up now. Hello, welcome, Dr. D.
Howdy, howdy. Good morning or afternoon or whatever it is there. I think it's morning there, isn't it? Still?
No, it's afternoon. Are you on the world boat right now, the world ship?
I am in Poland on my ship here, yes.
Awesome. So Livia, he lives on the ship called the World. And so Dr. D, I'd love for you to tell. I know we're going to be talking about business and scaling and all of that. And we have a lot of coaches, healers, teachers, entrepreneurs here. Livia took the UFC, helped take them from millions to billions by telling the stories of the fighters through filmmaking. She's done a lot more since then and before then with branding, but she's the person that founded Project Uprise. And so you have some context of who you're talking with. And, but I'd love for you to tell Livia and all of us that story of the world boat and why you manifested that for yourself.
Oh, that's a bit of a story. I was watching or reading in a dental office, the Rob Report. And I saw an advertisement for a ship that was going to travel the world. That will be a kind of an exclusive group of individuals that are adventurers. And I thought, well, that's cool. That matches me. Since I was a young boy, well, not a boy, but a teenager, I had a dream to travel the world and to teach. And I said to myself, the universe is my playground. The world is my home. Every country is a room in the house, and every city is a platform to share my heart and soul. So when I saw this and it was called The World, I thought, and it traveled the world, I thought, well, that's cool. That matches. I'm a jet set gypsy. So I ripped it out of a dental office, as you probably have done when you see a good article. And I folded it up and I kept it and I showed my wife and she thought, well, that's kind of cool. But at the time it was not quite, but 27% occupied. So I thought, so maybe a little risky at this point. Oops. There we go. And so I just folded it up, kept it, looked at it. And that was 1999. In 2001, 9/11 occurred. And I was on flight going to Perth, Australia to speak. And my wife was downstairs having breakfast at this restaurant that we used to go to. And we were living in Trump Tower at the time, the 62nd floor there. And when she came back from breakfast, this whole thing had gone down and they shut down the building. They weren't letting anybody in the building. So my wife was kind of like claustrophobic and go, well, what do we do? I mean, I can't even go into my apartment. So she ordered a private helicopter and picked her up in the street, flew her to Philadelphia. Then we got private service to go to California and off to Australia, which you're not supposed to do at the time. Thought we're getting shot down kind of thing. And she went off to Australia where I was. And what was amazing is we met up there and she said, I'm not going to go back to New York. I'm going to stay here at our Australian home. And I said, okay, so I'm not sure. I'm only scheduled to be here a few times out of the year. So if I'm going to see you, we're going to need to come up with plan B. And then it just so happened that night, that afternoon, actually, her best friend there in Australia was once married to one of the men who had bought an apartment on the ship and was going to Norway to do due diligence on the ship and the financials on it, and was in town. And we had dinner with him that night. His name was Mike. And he basically answered any of my concerns, saw everything about how it was structured financially and everything else. And the next day, for an anniversary present, I bought the ship so we could be together because we'd have a higher probability of being together there than just Australia. So that's how we got the ship. I've been 22 years. This October will be 22 years.
Wow.
So I've been living here for 22 years.
That's so crazy.
It's a beautiful place. It's the best address I've been able to find on earth.
It's so cool. So I know this time we asked you to focus, we've got a bunch of speakers, teachers, high ticket coaches, consultants, and we're really standing and mobilizing their voices, their wealth. And you have done that. I mean, look, you do just a handful of things with your time. You are super supported. You're living the adventure that by design. So I'm going to let you present for a while on that and anywhere you want to start. And then I'll pop in. I know we've got a hard stop for you. I'll pop in about 5-10 minutes before just to ask any questions.
I've got to the top of the hour because then I'm right in the middle of another seminar, as you know.
Yeah.
So, hi, everybody. I'm John. I'd love to share with you something that happened to me when I was 27 that changed the trajectory and the scaling of my business at the time as a health professional. And I've shared this with people from governments to companies to individuals of all different sorts. And the results have been extremely meaningful and powerful. So I want to share that with you because I know it will make a difference. If it's something you've heard of, fantastic. Nothing harm in hearing it again. But if you have something to write with and write on, I have a feeling you're going to want to take some notes and draw something. 27 years old, I just opened up my practice. And I had one assistant. And I was doing everything. I was ordering supplies. I was doing financials. I was doing administration stuff. I was doing everything. And I was a bit overwhelmed. And I just thought, this can't be what practice is about. I wanted to do clinical work. I wanted to work with clients. And I was having to do this other stuff. And I had one assistant and she was helping, but I was still thinking I had to do it. So I decided I needed some help on learning how to hire, delegate, and things. I went to Walden's bookstore at the time, which is a chain at the time, and bought a book by Alec McKinsey called The Time Trap. And this is a book that's still available in another edition, but it's still available. And I devoured it and underlined it and pulled things from it and did like you probably do with books. And then I decided to summarize it into practical application because it's one thing reading a book, it's another thing applying it. And I did what I learned from it. And so I want to share that with you. So get a piece of paper out if you have it. Please do. A full piece of paper. And on that piece of paper, draw 6 lines. So draw 1 line down the middle and 2 lines on either side. So you have 6 columns, 5 lines, 6 columns, equal spaced, the best you can. And in the very first column, at the top, write daily actions. Daily actions. 6 columns, equal spaced, 5 lines. First column left, daily actions. And what I did is I wrote that down, and then I, as honestly as I could, wrote down every single thing that I do in a day. Everything I do in a day. And I took about a 3-month period. Imagine a drone looking over my life and looking down on it. I didn't have a drone in those days, but I would do it that way now. And look down and what exactly am I actually doing? Not what I fantasize about doing, not what I think I want to do. What's the truth? What am I actually doing with my time? And I wrote every single thing that I did, and I divided up into personal and professional. And there were a lot of things on there. Don't write broad, vague generalities. Don't write marketing. No. Gathering a list, making calls, documenting what was said and when to follow up. Break it down into the individual action steps, not broad, vague general labels like marketing, sales, customer service, too vague. Get it down to the actual actions you're doing moment by moment in your day. So you're looking honestly about what is the truth about your actions per day. Now, some things you may do once a week, every other week, 5 times a week, 20 times a day. but put everything that you do down over a 3-month period, because some days you may be doing something different, and write it all down just so you can look honestly of how you're spending your time. Your time is your life. We all have the same amount of time, but how we use it and how we manage it has a lot to do with what our results in life are. So first, make that list. As I made that list, I was already gaining insights. Wow, am I majoring in minors and minoring in majors? Even though my false ego wanted to be proud of what I was doing, when I was looking at it, I was not really putting priorities in. I was holding on to stuff, thinking I was the only one that could do it, thinking I was better than somebody else, all kind of pride distractions. But as I made that list and I got really honest about it, that in itself was worth the time. Just that alone was worthy of the time. But I went to the second column. In the second column, I wrote down, how much does it produce per hour? How much money does it generate per hour doing that action? Which means that I'm doing some service in a way that somebody values, and in a sustainable, fair exchange manner they want to pay. And they're going to pay me for something. If I'm doing something that people don't want to pay for, it's not being of service. I'm doing an action that's not generating. Now, some of the things that I did were not directly generating income, but were part of a package of things I did that generated income. So I had to, in a sense, extrapolate what I believed it was worth. And this is something you try to be as honest as you can about what is really the value of that action and how much does it play in something that does produce, and put down that percentage. So I put down what it was per hour. If I did a half hour, I doubled it. If I did it 2 hours, I divided it by 2. When I got through with that action, I was really amazed at, I was doing a lot of time that was devaluing me. That if you do things that, anytime you do things low on your values and anytime you do something that's not producing, you're going to devalue yourself. Nobody else is. The world doesn't devalue you. You devalue you, and then the world follows. And I was doing it. I was doing a lot of low priority stuff, low value stuff. And when I saw that, I also discovered something that was shocking. That I went to 10 years of college to go do clinical work, and to also, I wanted to be involved in teaching and philosophy and traveling the world, but I also want to be a healer. I realized that me being actually in a cubicle doing the clinical work was actually not the most productive hour I could be doing, which was shocking. But me going out and sharing a message and inspiring people about their health, which generated clients, produced more per hour. In fact, I calculated that I could generate about $18,000 an hour doing that, to $20,000 an hour doing that. Where if I'm actually in the clinical thing, I might make maybe $1,500 to $2,000 an hour. So I realized that, wow, it was an eye opener, because here I went to school and I have this internal conflict. Well, if I went to school, I need to be doing that. According to who? What's the most powerful use of, what's your mission? Are you here to serve? Are you to generate income? What's priority to you? But I went through there and I did an honest evaluation, the best I could, of what I was generating per hour. And there was a whole lot of zeros, unbelievable amount of zeros, which then inspired me to decide, you know what? That's my time. I'm going to start charging for that. That's my time. It's not fair to me to do all that work. I found I was doing report of findings and preparing the whole thing, a case thing. And then they'd say, well, I'll think about it. And then I went 25, 30 minutes, an hour of my time. And it was just thrown out the window. So I started to charge for thing because I was devaluing myself. And I started prioritizing it. And then I went down through that list from the thing that produced the most down to least. And the ones that were zeros and least, I started deciding to charge for it. And the ones that were at the most, I realized I need to be focused there if I want to grow my business. And I went through that and really prioritized that list. Most productive to least productive, generating income. Not that income is the only factor, but that's a big one. It just means you're serving somebody. Then I went to the third column. And the third column was, how much meaning does it have? When I do it, is it where I'm absolutely inspired? I can't wait to get up and do it. As Warren Buffett kind of says, tap dance to work. Is it the thing that I absolutely can't wait to do in the morning and get there? I love doing that. I did consulting to over 1,000 clinics in the 1980s, doctors' clinics. And I found out that when people were saying, I love it, I love doing this. I'm inspired by it. It was a whole lot of different energy and drew in business to their business compared to when I got to do it. Whenever I heard got tos and have tos and musts, or shoulds and ought tos and supposed tos, or need tos, I noticed that whatever they had on the books that day, it actually was less than what they started with at the end of the day. And when they were doing what they loved to do and what they chose to do, and they're inspired by it, they actually drew in business. They magnetized business to it. It was an energy game. When you're doing something that you feel is your calling in life, your energy goes up and you draw business to you, opportunities to it, synchronicities to it. It's about being congruent and authentic. And I believe the universe rewards true authenticity when it comes to business. I believe that all the symptoms in business are feedback mechanisms guiding you back to most authentic you, where you're most prioritized. So when I went through there and I did that on a 1 to 10 scale, 10 being absolutely inspiring and going down below, don't want to do that. Hate doing that. And I went and prioritized that list. Now, when I looked at the 2 priorities of those lists, the one that produces the most meaning is one that is serving me. The one that's production is serving my customer. And I looked at what's the highest priority on both. So I looked at the top priorities, and it just so happened that a few of those, what were those most meaningful, happened to be matching the ones that are most productive, which was big relief because now I know that's where I need to be targeted. The one that I can't wait to do because I'm inspired to do it, where I'm in excel. Whatever's high on your own values list and your hierarchy of values is your teleological purpose, your epistemological area of mastery and understanding and knowledge, your expertise, and your ontological identity. Your identity revolves that. Whatever's highest on your values, where you're going to excel and do something extraordinary. So I looked at that priority, and I correlated those priorities so I could see where I was going to be targeting and focusing. In the next column, I wrote down what would it cost to hire somebody to do that job at a greater level than me by somebody who is inspired to do that job. I mean, if I go and do an evaluation of their values, if I hire somebody that doesn't have their highest value to do that, that's foolish. But if their highest value is to do what I want to delegate, then I'm freed. I don't have to micromanage them. I can say goodbye and I can get off and free myself to do what I love doing that produces the most, that's most meaningful. So the mastery of hiring and delegating is what your freedom's from. So I went through that, and the first time I did that, I realized, wow, I could pay this amount to get that done. And I looked at the spread between what it cost versus what it produced. You know, the cost of the individual and all the costs, not just their salary, all the costs, the space, the parking, the insurance, the incentives, everything, clips, the equipment, electricity, everything. Break it down, find out what it cost, look at the spread, what does it produce versus what does it cost, and then prioritize the list according to spreads. In the next column, write down, and by the way, if you don't delegate, you're trapped. That was what the book was about. You're trapped. And if you don't delegate lower priority things, you'll never get on doing the high priority things. If you don't fill your day with high priority actions that inspire you, your day is going to fill up with low priority distractions that don't. That's a law of entropy. If you don't put your money into assets that grow, it's going to end up with unexpected bills that make it go. It's a basic law of physics. The next column is how much time do I spend on it per day? So I realize how much, when I'm hiring somebody, what is the real timetable so I can put together a job description for them. How much time do I actually spend on that per day? Now, in the following column is the final prioritization, taking in all the variables. The final prioritization. When I went through that final prioritization, I then layered that sheets, well, it was actually more than one sheets into 10 layers. And the very lowest layer, the lowest priorities, where I got the biggest spreads by delegating, I put a job description, I put it out there. I had to go through 3 people to get that first person hired. Once I got them, that freed up energy, it lightened it up. It allowed me to have mastery. It allowed me to go focus more on what I love doing, produce more. And I produced way more than that cost. And I was free to that, done. And I never went back. I then went to the second one. And I did the same thing. It took me 2 times. I got a little bit more efficient in hiring and knowing what I was looking for. That's why I developed the value determination process, which is free on my website. Please check it out, drdmartini.com, because that complimentary private valuation is valuable for you on your priorities and also value for hiring people or any type of thing, even relationships. But by going there and doing that, you more likely, because people don't go to work for the sake of a company, they go to work to fulfill what they value most. And so if you're hiring somebody and they're not inspired to do that, then you're going to micromanage them. You're going to have to push them uphill. If you have to motivate or incentivize something on somebody, that's not the individual. If you ask them, how is doing this job going to help you fulfill what's most meaningful and important to you? If they have to pause and think, not the individual, they will rattle out fluently. Their fluency is proportional to their congruency. How they can fluently answer how that job is going to help them do what their dream is in life. They will take care of that job without you having to have to think about it. Firing people and hiring people that are incongruent is not where it's at. That's costly. But hiring people selectively and finding out, so you give them an opportunity to do with something they love. If you help other people get what they want in life, you get what you want to get in life. So by hiring that, I did the next layer and the next layer and the next layer. 18 months later, from a single little office, about 970 square foot with a little assistant, I had 5 doctors, 12 staff members, a 5,000 square foot office, making net more than tenfold more net profit, and doing presentations and training the 5 doctors on how to take care of the patients in clinical, which was my area of expertise. I could leverage myself by speaking instead of doing 1-by-1 5-minute sessions or 2-minute sessions with clients. So I was able to leverage, produce more, and end up with a radio show, a television show, clinically in my clinic. I was able to leverage out speaking engagements. The amazing opportunities came about, and it escalated it, and it just took off from there. And doors opened from local to city to state to nation. I've now spoken in 194 countries since then. 194 countries. My goal was to get every country on the face of the earth, and I still got 28 to go. But the reality is that by prioritizing and delegating and making sure I got people that love to do it, so you're not micromanaging and having to distract yourself or abdicating, so you can go and do what you love doing. If you're not doing something you love on a daily basis, your life is not, it's not inspiring. You're not going to have an inspiring life doing low priority things. You can do highest priority things. If you fill your day with high priority actions, and what's interesting, there's a law on challenge, it's an entropic law. If you don't fill your day with high priority challenges that you want to solve, that inspire you to solve, your day fills up with challenges you don't want. And ones you stress, which is helps wellness quotient and balances out the cytokines and the autonomic and all the epigenetic and all the effects on physiology. And the other one creates distress because you're not doing something you love doing. So all the symptoms in your business are feedback mechanisms trying to guide you to authenticity. Also, whenever you have somebody in your business, a client or anybody for that matter, that you see that you admire or look down on, put on a pedestal or a pit, just know there's an ancient proverb that whatever you see in others, you have. Because if you put them on a pedestal, you're going to inject their values and cloud the clarity of your own mission. If you put them in the pit, you're going to be trying to project your values in them and trying to get them to do something that they're not inspired to do. Most distractions are infatuation resentments that make you look up to people and minimize yourself, which is inauthentic, or look down on people and exaggerate yourself, which is inauthentic. Anytime you're getting inauthentic, you're creating symptoms in your business. Instead of having reflective awareness, you have deflective awareness. You're too proud or too humble to admit what you see in others inside you. The moment you bring yourself back into reflective awareness and see that whatever you see is in you, what I see in them that I admire, where do I have it? And how is it serving other people? And liberating yourself from the judgment, putting people in your heart. You have heart energy in your business, and that loving energy is the most amazing synchronicity to attract the people, places, things, ideas, and events that are synchronous with your innermost dominant thought, which then becomes your outermost tangible reality. You manifest on a plane that's a different plane than if you sit there in judgment. Judgment weighs things down, creates emptiness and voids that drive symptomatology to get you back onto appreciating and loving. That's why if you're not doing what's highest in priority in your life, you're holding yourself back from the magnificence of what you're capable of contributing on the planet. I ask people, millions of people, what's the most meaningful, most fulfilling moments in your lives? Consistently across the world, when people are doing something that's their skill, their expertise, that's meaningful to them in a way that serves another individual that made a difference in somebody else's life. And that's what brings them tears of gratitude in their life. So that's a very powerful thing. So by doing this exercise, it can transform the position and scale up your business. I'm certain. I've done this and helped many people do this. I've sat with them and had them do it. And the next months, you can see the impact. So whether you have a coaching business or financial business, doesn't matter. Follow that little exercise, and I am certain that will help. Now, I have another thing I'd like to share. Hopefully, your brain's not fried, because I sometimes speak quite a bit fast. But there's another thing I found right about the same time. And by the way, that exercise I just mentioned, do that every quarter. Every quarter, do that exercise. Not wait a year, do it every quarter. Schedule it and do it again. And just keep doing it again until you're doing. Today, I teach, research and write, travel the world, and get handsomely paid. I don't do anything else. I haven't cooked since I was 24. I haven't driven a car since 33 years. I've got captains. I've got people that claim. I even have a clock changer. Anything that I would have to be reminded or motivated or incentivized to do, I delegate to somebody else. I stick to what my core competence is, what I love doing, which is teaching and researching and writing and traveling the world. So give yourself permission to do what it is you'd love to do and exemplify. Einstein said the greatest teacher is exemplification. Give yourself permission to exemplify what's possible for other human beings. If you're a coach or a teacher or a counselor, whatever, by doing that, you're going to have more impact by exemplifying it and living authentically than you will any other way. Because people will automatically, every organism is striving for efficiency and effectiveness, and anybody that's living that way draws and magnetizes. You draw opportunity to you. But at the same time, at 27, I was also in my office, and a gentleman walked down the sidewalk and came into my office and asked if he could see me. I happened to have a gap, and so I said, okay. So I met with this gentleman. He was a financial planner. I had not really had a lot of knowledge about that area yet, but he asked me a question. Do you intend to be financially independent? And of course, my pride and ego said, of course. He said, are you sure? And I went, yeah, of course. But in my mind, when he said that, I was going, why are you asking that? He said, would you be willing to find out if that's true or not? And I'm like going, okay. Because I have 9 questions or 10 questions that if I asked you, I could determine whether that will actually happen or not. And there's like a part of me is like, ooh, okay. Do I dare take those questions? But he was really sharp, and he asked me these questions. So just like you wrote those things down, you may want to write this down. I have a feeling if what it did for me could do for you, you'll be grateful for writing them down. And they're simple and common sense, but not commonly applied or thought through. So the first question he asked me is, what are your total current assets? Now, I was 27 years old. I just come out of professional school. I can't say I had a lot of business or financial knowledge, but I didn't want to admit that. So I dodged the question by saying, what do you mean by assets? I didn't want to face the idea. I didn't know what the hell he's talking about. What do you mean by assets? And he said, well, like your cash on hand, the equity in your home, the actual stocks you own, the bonds you have, the art you have. And I said, okay. And I started to list it down and write them down. Now, at 27 years old, just finishing professional school, I can't say I had a lot of assets. In fact, I was in debt. I just got a $70,000 loan to open up the office, and I just got a car loan, and and I was in debt. I didn't have any assets. And so that's why I probably wasn't aware of assets. But I wrote down what it was, and it was a negative $100,000 net. And I thought, And I was a little squashed by that, because up until then, I was reading kind of prosperity books, but I wasn't grounded. I was living in the fantasy of someday I'm going to be financially independent. I just know it. Somehow it's going to happen. I just know it. But I wasn't grounded. I didn't get really grounded until the day he came in that office. So I wrote down what the assets were, and it was a negative assets. He said, the next question, what is your total liabilities? I knew more about that than I did assets. So I wrote down, well, I got a $70,000 loan and with interest on that, and I got a car loan, and I got a little student loan, and I got this, and I a credit card, and I added up all the assets, and that's how I came up with a negative $100,000. When I had that down, I now knew what my assets and liability was. So he said, what's your total net worth? Let's add them together. What's your assets minus liabilities? Assets minus liabilities. I wrote them down. My total net worth was negative $100,000. And I went, okay. He said of something really meaningful. He said, if you don't know where you are, you don't have a very clear idea of where you want to go, and you don't have a strategy getting there, the probability is low for financial independence. So first we need to know, where are you? We now know where you are. I mean, imagine getting in an Uber and you get in there and it says, oh, well, I don't know where to pick me up and I don't know where I'm going. They're not going to know how to get there. So the first thing he was grounding me in is to know exactly where I am. And I found out that I later got every asset and put a manila folder for each one. So I had it down. I had the copies, the documents. I put my financial house in order. Money circulates through the economy from those who value it least to those who value it most. And if you don't have a value on wealth building, it's going to show by having chaos around it. But if you have your financial house in order and you know exactly where you are, exactly what you're going to do to get where you want to go, you have a higher probability of achieving it. So I got really clear at that moment and started to identify where I was, and it was not really, I didn't want to face it. A lot of people don't want to face the truth of where they are. I didn't want to. He went to the fourth question. How much money do you want passively annually off your investments, earning it passively? How much money off your investments do you want passively coming in? Not from any form of work, passive investments coming in off assets, off properties giving you rental after all cost, or investments in stock, capital gains, dividends. What exactly is it you want? How much money do you want to live on per year after taxes, or well, before taxes, passively? Now, up until that point, the most I'd ever made was $100,000 as a student. I was teaching, and I was doing pretty good teaching. So I thought if I had $100,000, I was single at the time. If I had $100,000 in 1982, I could do pretty well. If that's passive, that was okay. That's about $600,000 now. I thought that's fair. I could go with that. So I wrote that down. I'd like to have at least $100,000. I really had a fantasy. Well, I'd like to have multiple millions, but I just wrote down something that I thought was at least. I wrote that down. That was the fourth question. The fifth question was, with your investment knowledge, what do you believe reasonably and conservatively is the amount of money you can earn per year off your investments? Net return off your investments. After your little taxation, but what are you really going to get? 5%, 6%, 7%, 8%, 9%, 10%, 12%, 20%. What are you going to get off your knowledge? With your knowledge, how much you do? Now, at the time, interest rates are pretty high, so I wrote down 8%. I believe that I could get 8% pretty easily with what I knew. Not that I knew a lot, but I knew that I could go to the bank and get 7%, and I knew that bonds would give me 9 or 10%. They were high at the time. They've been low for years. But I wrote that down. Then he asked me, what is the inflation rate you're up against? That was the next question. Number 6. What's the inflation rate you're up against that you're going to be facing? Well, at the time it was a little bit high, but I asked him, I don't know what that exactly means. I'm not sure what that title means, but what is an average? He said it could be 3 to 5%. I said, well, let's try 3%. Now, for 20 something years, it was under 3%. Now it's above 3%. Well, going back down now, but for in the 1980s, it was higher. But I wrote down 3%. So that means I know what my assets are, I know what my liabilities are, I know what my total net worth is, I know what I'm shooting for. Now I know what my goal is. how much I want passively, that I feel I can live the way I want to on that. Then I went down and I wrote down what I think I could earn, 8%. And then the erosion of that was inflation. So I thought that would cost 3%. So now I know where I'm at there. And he asked the next question: how much money invested in assets earning you passive income per year will give you that $100,000 with that inflation rate at that investment rate? So that meant 8% asset interest growth minus 3%, net 5%. 5% into 100% is 20. So I take 100,000, multiply it times 20, and I need $2 million to give me, at earning 8% minus 3%, 5% to give me $100,000 a year. So I realized I needed $2 million right there on the spot. Okay. The next question was, what's the shortfall to where you are to where you want to get? The $2 million. Well, I'm negative net 100,000. That means I need $2,100,000 today. He said, well, you need $2,100,000 today, not in the future, today, in order to have financial independence at $100,000 today. And he said, so what is your next question? Is what is your strategy? Number 9 was, what is your strategy? Whew. And I just sat there and I had jaw that tightened up, a headache that was throbbing, a gut that was in a knot, an ass that was itchy, excuse the expression. I had an itchy butt. And I sat there and I just went, ooh. I could not see light at the end of the tunnel. I could not see how I was going to get there. I had no understanding, no background. I had no idea how I was going to get to $2,100,000 today. So the only thing I could think of is, well, give me 2 days. That means I need $1,050,000 today and tomorrow. I thought, can I come up with a strategy for that? No. I need $525,000 over the next 4 days. Can I do that? No. I need $250,000, $262,500 over the next 8 days. No. And I kept stretching it out. And no matter how hard I did, I just didn't see with my skills and knowledge at the time how I was going to get what I was going to need to be able to do that. And the more smaller that number was, the longer it was going to take. And then I had to factor inflation in there. And I was sitting there with a throbbing headache. And he's sitting there kind of chuckling, going, are you sincerely wanting to be financially independent, or do you want to live in your fantasy like 99% of the world's population? So I got up, I went down to the bathroom, I sat on the toilet, and I just sat there going, God almighty, with a throbbing headache. And I thought, this guy's holding me accountable. I've been living in my la-la land so I could avoid and dissociate from the realities of what it's going to take. And these are math numbers. I couldn't argue with the math numbers. But then all of a sudden, something popped. And one of the greatest insights in my financial destiny occurred. I wouldn't be where I am today, which is more than 50 times that $100,000 today per year. So I've changed since then. I learned something then. But at the same time, I sat and I got this amazing insight. This amazing insight came, and I thought, I can right now feel comfortable only saving a couple $100 a month, $50 a week, $10 a day. I needed to calculate, because when I stretched that out, I got it to 15 years, it was 180 months, and I needed to save $22,000 a month on average to have that amount in 15 years, which needed $4.2 million because it needed to double because of inflation at that time. And I thought, wow, I need $20,000. I'm saving 200. I need 100 times the amount saved per month to get that goal. And this idea came. I'll start out at $200 a month, and I'll raise it as I go and get more, knowledgeable and more skilled. So what happened was, I started at $200 a month. In 3 months, I made a habit of it, and it was now comfortable because I thought I could do that. I made it 300. I did that for 3 months. I got comfortable. I made it 500. I did it for 3 months. I got comfortable. 750. I got comfortable with that. $1,000. When I hit $1,000, I ran a projection. If I saved $1,000 a month, where will I be? 5, 10, 20, 30, 40 years. In 34 years, I'd be my first million. But I said, I'm not stopping there. I decided that I was going to increase my savings and then my investments by 10% every quarter. I made that commitment. I went to a Schwab, which was a discount broker at the time, and I had them sign an agreement that they were going to automate from my bank account into their investment account an additional 10% on the amount every quarter, automated. So it's signed, done. We had to do special paperwork because they didn't have a paperwork for that. So I went to 1,100. I ran my number. I went from 34,000 to 31 years. 34 years to 31 years, first million. I made it 1,210, which is 10% more. I'm down to 28 and a half years. I did it $1,344. I'm down to 25 years. And I kept increasing that. And I all of a sudden got to a point where I was at $2,000 and I was running it. And I'm now within reason. I know I can make multi-millions in my life. My confidence is going up. My business is going up. I did that thing where I scaled up my business. My business went up. And every quarter I did that, as I was increasing my savings, I was increasing the priorities simultaneously. Then all of a sudden, I'm over the 2,000. I'm now headed over the next 2 years, 4,000, because it doubles every 2 years. But one of my loans came free and I stuck it in my savings. I didn't have to pay that off anymore, which then I had to add 10% again. So it escalated. And then all of a sudden another loan came up the following year, done. And then I ended up adding that to the investments and savings and simultaneously doing taxes. And I kept doing this, and all of a sudden 2,000, 4,000, 8,000, 16,000, 32,000, 64,000. I mean, I went to $128,000, $256,000 in a month. All of a sudden, my business is opening up doors, book opportunities, things happen. When you manage money wisely, you attract more money to manage. When you prioritize and bring order to your finances, money flows to the economy from those who value it least to those who value it most, where the least amount of order is to the most amount of order, and you now magnetize opportunities financially in your life. But all of a sudden, at the end of the 9-year mark, I was financially independent and multiplying. So now my goal was not financial independence, but I started opening up bigger goals: family, cities, family, community, city, state, nation, globally. And then I started thinking, how many more multiples can I get of financial independence, and what can I do philanthropically? The doors opened opportunity, more speaking opportunities, more book opportunities, more leverage, more investment opportunities, more people. When you grow your wealth, you hang out with more people that have more ideas, associations, opportunities come. Amazing things start to kick into gear when you start managing. When you manage money wisely, you receive more money to manage. And money goes where money flows. And I watched it. All of a sudden, my business was flourishing, my finances were flourishing, and I was prioritizing and doing what I love. So I'm now getting rewarded by it. See, people somehow have this idea that money somehow is not magnificent. But money is an expression of having sustainable, fair exchange with other human beings. If you're narcissistically trying to get something for nothing, you eventually the pride gets you humbled until you humble yourself to make sure you care about your customer and your staff and people and loved ones. If you minimize yourself and sacrifice your profits for them, you eventually say, I deserve better than that. Every symptom going on in your business, every symptom in your life is trying to get you to be authentic and have sustainable, fair exchange, and to live according to what you value most in a way that inspires yourself and other people. And the universe rewards people who live in a prioritized, authentic manner. So that's, I know, a transformational pathway for any human being on the journey, which is why I wanted to share that. It made a huge difference in my life, and I wouldn't be able to be blessed with the life I have today if I hadn't done those two things. And I know that if you incorporate them, it will bless your life, because I've seen it already done in thousands of others' lives. So I wanted to share that. I don't know if that's how we're doing on time. But
we're doing amazing. I mean, Dr. D, I've heard you tell both of those stories over the years, but every time I hear it, I reassess, and I still haven't done to the level that you took 18 months and eliminated and delegated everything I need to put some urgency around that. But every time I hear you, and every time I've heard you, delegated something else, removed something else, let go of something else. This is the first time I heard you say that our businesses are giving us feedback to lead us to our most authentic self. That is huge. And your exercise of values that we have up there, everybody grab that, because that's going to help. We've had questions around authenticity and knowing what your authentic self is, who you are, what you value. I believe tapping into that before you even look at, okay, all the things that I have to do, because sometimes we're valuing things or thinking we're valuing them, but they're really just in momentum. And they're things that we valued 5 years ago and got on a treadmill with, and they have momentum and habit, the force of habit in our lives, but they're not necessarily those important, intrinsic, beautiful, aligned things. Very powerful. And I'm right in the middle of another hiring. I have a few new people on my team, and just seeing the level of mastery. Jane is one of them. She loves systems, all this intensity of putting on together, putting on the show. She loves geeking out on all the challenges, and the goal is for her to lead that piece so I can do my favorite pieces, which is the interaction and inviting and imagining the shows. And I've had team for a while, but she's another level at the way she's owning, all the parts. And I already feel wealthier and more supported, just, someone running like that. So I can only imagine what will be possible when I'm only doing my 5 very favorite things, and I'm so aligned and I can jam for years and years on that. And then the other piece, the living on our investments piece, I didn't tell you this, Dr. D, but because of the last interview we did, that was a theme that came up multiple times, living on investments. And I went, okay, but I'm putting that I was manifesting lots of income and then putting it right back into events, books, coaches, whatever, adventures. And that shifted for me. All right, I'm going to live on my investments. And guess what? I had another question that I learned from you. All right, well, where am I wealthy? So you just gave a strategy for putting the cash away, but I went, I'm really wealthy in connecting people. It would be great if I start connecting some people and get a piece of all of those deals more intentionally. And that opened a whole new arena of clients. So, I do events where people get connected to my connections. We do events where we're connecting them together. But New Calm and the Brain IQ drink, I made a connection there and have a percentage of what they do. And there's some other deals in the background like that I wouldn't even have thought of if I hadn't spent this time with you and these pockets of time with you and your work over the years, which is why I love bringing you back. Every time I get a new breakthrough, it's like a personal session, even if it's the exact same thing that you taught me and taught everyone before. But what you're sharing with everyone, those of you watching, I really hope that you take action on this, because imagine a life where if you don't like driving, you haven't driven in 20 something years. It's wild what you've created. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution.
No, thank you. Thank you for getting the opportunity to be here. I hope that the people were able to keep up with me, because I speak sometimes fast, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to be with you. Whoever's out there, thank you for listening. Hope you were able to get all the notes, and I look forward to hearing someday the impact that this has. And everybody who's the speaker, which I didn't get to do, I give you a hug. Thank you for making such a difference and being dedicated to being, a leader. I appreciate it. I go back. Les, I met Les 36 or I think it was 1986 or 7. I think we met in Louisiana or something like that. So, hi, Les, whoever, if you're out there. I haven't gotten to meet everybody, but thank you. And I look forward to seeing everybody again. Thank you so much.
Yes. We're going to film with you with the Dining Divas. It's my intention, or even our Dallas show. I do want to read some of these to you. First, shout out to Amy before you go, Amy Jacobs. My daughter was born in her house, and she brought me your first book and was like, you've got it, not your first book, but my first book of yours. And she was like, you got to check out this guy. You got to check out this guy.
Thank you, Amy.
Yeah. And she was adamant. And I was kind of like, okay, Amy, I had my own thing. But she was relentless. And I'm so grateful. And I've been through your breakthrough experience. And we've even walked through the journey of The Secret and all that other stuff. Okay, Alan says amazing information reinforces a lot. Mark says, thank you. Great to hear how to look clearly at our financial situation, how to take control and move forward. Mark has a store, an online store with a lot of spiritual books and things like that. I think Mark ought to have some of your books in his store, and that would be a good move, Mark. Brenda says, you're so wise, Dr. DeMartini. Marjorie, wow, this is a blessing to learn from Dr. John DeMartini live online. He shares so many practical lessons. Wow, this has been valuable for my total personal development. Thank you. This is so powerful. Thank you. Thank you. Amazing, Dr. D from Jessa. So good. Thank you. Money like speed. Okay, now grateful. Are you feeling all the love?
I do. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back to my other seminar, and love you all. Thank you so much.
Love you. Lots of love. Bye-bye. All right. Wow. Okay. I have someone in the background. Sam, I don't know if you're there. Sam, are you there? If you are, you need to turn your camera on and your mic. All right. So I'm going to bring up Sam for a moment. He'll be co-hosting tomorrow. And then we're going to show how many of you were here with Shanda yesterday and learning how to list build for yourself? The exact mentor, the business mentor that taught me the base of this particular model. It was so valuable. And some of you are driving and you guys have asked to see it again. I'm going to bring up Sam so you get to meet him in a moment. He'll be with me some over the next couple of days. But we're going to play that again. There have been a lot of requests. Camelia, you're going to want to see it. And I private messaged you. So look at that. And any of you thinking of joining us in Atlanta or on this journey, reach out to us. All right. If you have a question, you're a little stuck, you're not sure. Oh, good, Angela. So, because we want you to be there. Like you hear every speaker say, it's about who you hang out with and the people that get you to, ask those questions to make that next uncomfortable move. It's happening live right here. I realized I hadn't taken action with Courtney. So we're in the process of booking our appointment right now. I'm not going to go another day of my life knowing that we could be impacting more people and doing more without doing. So take action. All right. So I'm going to bring up Sam real quick. So hi, Sam. Say hello to everyone.
Hey, how's everybody doing? How are you?
Awesome. So just say a little bit about Sam. He's a former Marine, former military, and been in my ecosystem, met in the gym, read my manifesting book, is a trainer for Body Legacy, which is the fitness company owned by my fiance. And I have a share of that company as well, but he's the lead visionary there. And so Sam will be co-hosting tomorrow. We've got a link up there with, if you're wanting fitness training, there's a 50% off. But I just wanted Sam to get to say hello before that way tomorrow you're ready. And have you been enjoying this in the background?
First, I want to say thank you for bringing me so everybody can kind of meet me, right? I've been enjoying this very much. Some of it almost feels mind-blowing, you know, like it's stuff that maybe when you hear it, you kind of think, hey, that makes sense. Like, why didn't I think of that before? But when you hear it from someone, right? And even some of the reminders of how important accountability is. And that's something that I like to provide for people, right? In the world of fitness and personal training, right? Because with accountability, we're able to maybe get that nudge that we need or keep the right things in the forefront of our mind to get us to where we want to go. But realistically, and that was something that I would say my mentors have really helped me with is I'm really good at imagination and fantasy and like, oh, like the world is your oyster. But if you don't realistically kind of go after it with where you're at in life now, it just stays a dream, right?
Let me just say something real quick because the link isn't working. You can go to, let's just take that scrolling link that's not working off of the top because it's not working. We'll make sure we get that out for you. And Sam, I know I just cut you off right there, but I want to keep the people. Yeah. And Brenda, it's okay if you're not a business owner or entrepreneur. It's absolutely valuable to be in Atlanta. The people that you will be around are the kindest, most contribution-minded people. And you've been hanging with us. You've been here, Brenda. I've been seeing you because you've been commenting and doing what Livia says to be seen. Come be with us. It'll definitely be beneficial. You're going to hear stories, make connections, meet new friends, all the things. And so there's a special thank you for your service. And Sam, I do know we are going to hear more from you tomorrow, but I want to make sure to recap what you said is like, it's just mind blowing. Like you hear all these things, your mentors have been telling you things, but as you're sitting in it and kind of like, it was so cool. Dr. DeMartini said the same thing when he first sat with someone, he got the gut check, all of the feelings. He even said itchy butt, which is funny and quirky and makes him even more endearing. That, it's not comfortable when you face some of this stuff. And it sometimes feels like, is that even true? It is like winning the lottery or something. But the reality is the principles are the principles. And I'm going to go ahead and move you back into the room and just say thank you and looking forward to having you tomorrow. Thank you for your service in the back room and in the military.
Yeah, absolutely. I look forward to tomorrow.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. And so now what we're going to do, because what Shanda shared yesterday, and I want to prep this and prime it again. You're going to hear when I introduce her. But with Shanda is someone that has been a business mentor for me for like 3 years now. And I stay in relationship with her. And in this clip, we're going to replay for you all. She gave so much value and people are writing notes so much that we want to give it to you again so that you can use this to build a list of buying divine clients, people who love you, that are looking for you, and to be able to do that in a way that you don't need to get capital. You don't need to pay for Facebook ads, and it'll build your authority. You'll be able to use some of the things I've taught you already about connection. It's like just such a great piece together. So we're going to go ahead and play that for you. One of my very favorite business mentors on the freaking planet, and I've stayed with her years now. We have the privilege of having here. She is not only someone that has blessed my personal life, my family, my son, my children, my spiritual life, my leadership, but she is the person that taught me how to list build. So the base of this show and the shows that you guys have been seeing, I had been interviewing people right and left just because I love it. Shanda taught me how to use that to attract my divine clients, to monetize my passion, to find my tribe. And what you're experiencing now, we've layered some things over it, but the base comes from this woman. And she is a powerful leader that I listen to almost daily, and I stay in relationship with her. And so I always promise you to bring you the access. It's like one thing to just bring you, like, you know, but to bring you who I'm actually learning from, listening to, getting coaching from, that's next level. And that's what I'm bringing to you now. So I'm super excited. You guys, I want to see love and fire in the chats, or your favorite emoji. Z, I need to see you dancing in the green screen in the background. Okay, that'll work. All right, awesome. So guys, bring up Shanda. Make her bigger. There we go. Hi, Shanda.
How you guys doing? Good to see you.
Oh, so good to have you here. So look, I know you're going to train and go deep for us on how to list build, and what you have here is a community of coaches, consultants, entrepreneurs that are heart driven, spirit driven. They're your kind of people. So I don't want to get in the way of that. And you just call me up if you need me for anything, and I'll pop in on the end to ask some questions.
Yeah, sounds great.
All
Well,
right.
welcome everybody. It's so cool to see you. I'm looking at the chat. I love that. I feel like our worlds are so virtual now, aren't they? It was like I went from before the world got locked down, we had 87 live events. We had 87 live events in our company called Hardcore Business. And then the world just shut down. And I remember that my CFO called me, and my CFO was like, this thing could be a real thing in the world. It could affect our business. And I thought to myself, there's no problem. There is no problem that cannot be pivoted and solved. And I believe that, like, wholeheartedly. This morning, I moved to Puerto Rico. Anybody out in Puerto Rico? Put PR if you're out in Puerto Rico. We moved to Puerto Rico about a year ago. And we made one of the hard decisions, which is also a pivot. And I will get into list building. I'll talk about it. I'll talk about why it's important. Talk about how I almost completely failed out of business when I left corporate and started a coaching business, which I didn't even know what I was doing I didn't even know it was a coaching business. I didn't know the coaching industry was barely even an industry. But before I do that, I just want to prime the pump a little bit inside your mind. And it's what I was doing this morning when I got up, and it's what I was doing when I jumped online this morning, is to really arrest the thoughts of fear, right? Arrest the thoughts of fear. And so this is not motivational talk. Motivational talk depletes, it goes away. It's like when you're not getting the shot in the arm of motivation, it's gone. And so there has to be a shift, right? There has to be a real shift on the way that we talk to ourselves and the way that we talk to the fear that we're facing. So every morning I get up and I go for about a 45-minute to an hour walk, and I walk along the beach in Puerto Rico. And as I'm walking through the beach in Puerto Rico, I surf my mind for the ideas that may be stopping me. You know, any of you guys right now in a situation where you know that you should be further ahead than you are, put me in the comment section. You know that you should be further ahead than you are, put me in the comment section. There's no shame on that. There's actually power to knowing exactly or I would say exposing exactly what it is that you're thinking behind closed doors. Because when you're behind closed doors, there are moments where you might, well, first of all, it's kind of not even cool anymore to say you beat yourself up. I feel like nobody says that anymore. But I think if you're not beating yourself up, you might be beating somebody else up, right? You might be blaming your spouse. You might be blaming the fact that you don't have a spouse. You might be blaming the fact that you don't have rich parents. You might be blaming the fact that you were raised in an abusive home like I was, right? And you might be blaming these things. And you know what? Sure, all of that could be true, and you could be right about all of the emotional triggers in your life, but it ain't paying you. It's not getting you more authority. It's not getting you stronger. It's not battling the fear. It's not making it go away. Every single day you wake up to, why am I not showing up the way that I need to show up? And so I come here today in front of you to say that you can battle those thoughts. You can absolutely take them on. Again, I'm not even giving you motivation. I'm saying, this is what I do. I go on a miracle walk. And I go on that walk, and I think for so many years I underestimated this. I remember saying, people say, Shannon, just surrender to heaven. And I'm like, just tell me how to surrender. If you tell me how to surrender, I promise you I will do it. I will do anything to be able to break into freedom, because some of us have it in our gut. It's in our gut. And when I say this, some of you guys are going to say, that's me. And if it's you, I want you to say, that's me. Okay, you have it in your gut for some of you guys that you know that you're supposed to be a millionaire. You don't understand it. You don't get it. Maybe you do get it, but there's like an instinct. There's like a gut feeling, and you never should not trust your gut feeling. And so how many of you guys, you know that you were supposed to become a millionaire? Put million. Put million in the comment section. Put million in the comments. Let everybody see you right now. Okay, so not everybody wants to become a millionaire. And the reason why not everybody wants to become a millionaire is because we all have vision, and that vision takes us to where we want to be. Okay, so now I see a couple of you guys. Well, not many of you guys want to be a millionaire, huh? That's cool. It lets me know who I'm working with here, and what I should talk about as I talk about list building. So, okay, there's a few of you guys. Okay, good. So this is important to know your identity, especially in a world that there's a massive identity crisis. It's not okay to be gay. It's not okay to be traditional. It's not okay to vax. It's not okay to not vax. I mean, we live in a world that we're like a ping pong ball about what's acceptable and what's not. Am I right or am I right? 100%. It's irrelevant if I'm right. What matters is, can you walk through the hard conversations? It was a hard conversation with my husband to move to Puerto Rico. It was a hard conversation with my husband to buy an oceanfront home. It was not a hard conversation to have with my husband by the time we bought a jet, because at that point, my husband no longer had the fear that we weren't going to make it, or that we would overspend, or that we would be neglectful with our cash. And he had a certain faith from heaven. So as I go to talk about today on list building, I'm going to tell you, you can have a product. You can have the most designed talk on the planet. You can, I love God to be a billionaire. I love that. I love that. So you can have the best talk. You can have the best presentation. You can have the best online course. You can have the best seminar. You can have the best gadget, whatever. You can have the best water on the planet. You can have all of the best. And if nobody's coming, you have no impact. I'll go even farther and I'll say, getting up on a stage and talking and impacting people's lives, where they come to you and say, oh my gosh, Marjorie, Raphael, Mark, I just love it when you talk. You just changed my life. If they don't take out a credit card and buy, there was no transformation there. And when I started to get the feeling, the fake feeling of feeling good and the feeling of freedom, there's a very, very big distinction. And there's something that trumps everything that allows that to be certain, secure, and tangible in your life. And I'm going to tell you, it's a list. Okay, so think about this for a second. If you look at social media right now, how many guys are on Threads? Put Threads if you're on Threads. How many guys on Threads right now? Put Threads if you're on Threads. You should actually just put your URL for Threads so everybody can connect and correct and grow your Threads account. So Threads is a new social media platform, and it's growing like crazy. And people are asking me, Shanda, how do you use Threads? And I'm like, nobody's a guru yet. Nobody's a guru yet. Nobody, I mean, there's some people who are starting to percolate and say that they're a guru, but nobody's a guru yet. Like, nobody knows what they're doing on Threads yet. It's brand new. You're trying to figure out, you're in a pivot. Why is Threads important? Why is Instagram important? Why is Google important? Why is Facebook important? Because there's traffic there. The problem is we rent it, we don't own it. We rent it, we don't own it. And if you don't want to live the rest of your life, and I'm not saying you live this right now, but I'm going to tell you, a rainy day is always coming, and you want an asset, right? You want an asset. So my plane is an asset. It's gone up almost $1 million in the last year, about 800 in the last year. I can sell my plane and I can cash in on that. The plane market is a hot market. You can sell and flip planes like this. Okay. I could rent and charter my plane. I can charter my plane for way more money, 3 times the money that it costs to run the plane, like completely. My oceanfront home has a wow factor. I'm not saying this to brag or boast. I'm saying I don't buy regular homes. And the reason why I don't buy regular, I bought a slumlord property in California on the ocean and got a construction loan that takes out the original loan, and you have tiny little payments until the last couple months until your house is actually done with construction and it's ready to go. My point is that I look for wow factors in life because I'm not gearing towards average. How many of you guys are not gearing towards average? Put no. Put the word no if you're not gearing towards average. So if you're not gearing towards average, then you have to do something different than what everybody's doing. So I'm not saying don't be on social media at all. I use it as a TV. Just last week, it was $35,000 or $38,000 that generated off our Facebook Live. I'm going to tell you that I think that we have one of the highest profiting shows online that I've seen yet. And my intention is to continue to grow it and then to teach it to people who are great leaders who will keep impacting more lives. Why? I don't think you should present and not have some sort of an offer. I don't think that you should speak and not understand what does the person in front of you need, whether it's your spouse, your child. I know exactly what my child wants right now, and I know exactly what he needs right now to be able to get it. I'm in a constant conversation of how do I land my communication so that he gets what he wants. Why? We then have value. See, far too often we consider things valuable that are things like our social media accounts or our relationships with our spouses, our family, but the contribution is lacking. So if the contribution is lacking, you'll know that because you're not in a conversation of how can I help you? How can I be an evangelistic leader and help you get to the next level? And that's why people's marketing is failing. Are you guys hearing what I'm saying right now? Is anybody taking notes? Are you starting to pay attention to what might be shifting in your own business right now? Okay, so people ask me all the time, Shanda, how do I get engagement? Listen, you could have no engagement and have tons of sales. Your social media can be quiet, and in your direct inbox messages, you could have tons of sales. What am I trying to tell you? Stop looking at what other people are doing and run your own race. Run your own race. I don't have a massive following on YouTube. I actually don't know what it is. It might be decent. But I actually don't know what it is, to be really honest. We stream on YouTube. I'm not trying to monetize YouTube yet. However, my friend Pace Morby, who does real estate, he monetizes his YouTube like crazy. Pick a lane and go all in. But I'm going to recommend before you pick a lane and go all in, you look at owning the assets. That's why I talked about the plane. I never thought I'd have a plane. You have a tax problem. I used to not laugh. I used to have a level of, I would say judgment, definitely judgment, but I didn't know what I didn't know. And I never liked it when people talked about the jets or the cars or the Rolls Royces or any of that type of stuff, because in my head, I thought it was materialistic, not cool, and flashy. But you know what happens when you get to the point where you live in a place like Southern California or New York or some of these higher income tax states, that you realize when you make a certain amount of money because you've been valuable to people, what happens is that you have to play the tax game to be able to shift it. You get what I'm saying? So I'm going to invite you to look at where your belief systems are, even around your judgments are, because those are heart conditions. And I will tell you the number one thing I say to a client, and I say to myself and my husband, I say to each other, is that when we're going to the next level, we know we have to clean our heart. Okay, when we go to the next level, we know we have to clean our heart. I'll get to that at the end of this conversation. I opened with a loop where I talked about the miracle walk. I seeded and shared context. What am I sharing with you right now? Before you go into any sort of offer, teaching you is an offer. I have to get you to buy into your freedom to take advantage of this. Otherwise, I shouldn't be here. You get what I'm saying? So no matter what you're doing, where you're doing it, you're constantly in an enrollment game. Somebody write in the chat, enrollment game. Life is an enrollment game. Your relationships are an enrollment game. So at the end of this conversation, I'll close the loop on the miracle walk and what I do to prime my mind so that nothing gets in the way of what you're trying to create. Okay, you guys, is that fair? Put fair if that's fair. Okay, so social media is awesome. I love it. I love it as a TV. 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 You can now be your own broadcaster. You can own your own network. It's very, very powerful. Okay. However, I don't own social media. Every time I turn around, can you guys please? Every time I turn around, somebody I know is getting hacked. Somebody I know is being hacked. Somebody's losing their Instagram account. My friend Real Talk Kim lost her Instagram account. She has 1 million followers on Instagram. I think she has 1 million on Facebook. And she lost. Can you guys please? Sorry, guys. This is Real Talk. Can you guys please? Thank you. Ash, thank you. So I love being in our living room because now we can just talk real talk. This is what it looks like, right? So Real Talk Kim, great woman. Guys, come on. Please.
We're sorry, Mom.
Thank you, babe. Okay, thank you. So Real Talk Kim, million people, loses her account. She messages me and she goes, how do I get my account back? And so you got to know somebody. Unless you spend a ton of money on ads, and I'm not saying there isn't people out there that can get your accounts back, but it sucks if your whole business is on that. So I said to Real Talk Kim, I said, you got to make sure that you build your email list. And in today's world, I would also say text message. Okay, so it drives me nuts when people, oh, that goes upside down. Sorry, because I'm not on eCam on here. So your email list, love the noise from the kids. Your email list is your asset. Your text message list is your asset, right? Nobody can take that away from you. We just finished cleaning our email list. We had 700,000 people on our email list. We just finished cleaning it, and it dropped down to 400,000 people on our email list that are ready to go, right? So I share that with you because I'm okay with being transparent. I wish I had 1 million people on my email list, but I don't. And I don't because of mismanagement on my email list. What am I trying to share with you? Shit happens. Right? It happens. You're never going to get it perfect. So there's no point in avoiding the failure because the failure turns to freedom. Somebody needs to write that down. Your failure turns to freedom. So if you're trying to get it perfect, we're going for grants right now. Women-owned business grants. Federal grants can be up to $500,000. It's free money, right? And so we're going for grants right now. And somebody on our team said, you got to do a video. I want to make sure we get this perfect. We get it right. The minute I hear those words, I'm like, just go do it sloppy. Just go do it sloppy. We're going to learn. There's no shortage of grants out there. There's so many. It's overwhelming. That's a big idea moment. Some of you guys need to look into a grant right now because you're struggling with finances. But the problem of struggling with finances is you're not being resourceful. There's 50 ways to find the money. One of them's a grant. Just one of them's a grant. Right? There's 50 ways to find the money, but just one of them's a grant. But I'll tell you something. You ain't got no money, you ain't got no employees if you got no list. You have an email list and a text message list. So write this down because I think this is turning upside down for you guys, if I'm correct. Is it, Adora? Is it when you guys look at that, is it backwards? Because it is on my screen.
No, it's not backwards. We see it. It's great.
Okay, good. So when I look at it, it is. Okay, so here's the secret to growing a list. Number one, you want to do the reporter model. Okay, so you become the reporter. Adora is the reporter. She's interviewing people, right? So as she's interviewing people, we are mailing our email list to a registration page for you to come on here, right? How many guys came through a registration page? Some of you guys, right? And so we mail our email list. And when we mail our email list, what happens, they go through a registration page and a certain amount of people lift off our list and go to that topic. So the number one thing that you need to think about as a reporter model is you need to understand a topic. This topic needs to be all about them. So I wish I had time to teach you the empathy model, but basically here's the piece on this. Where are you not being bold enough, but you believe it behind closed doors? Where are you not being bold enough, but you believe it behind closed doors? So the big reason why I use hot topics, because I'm a marketer, you have to market your business as well, is I use hot topics like, the shot. I'm not even using the shot anymore because it's like nobody's talking about it anymore, right? So now it's, your transgender, binary, traditional relationships, that's kind of the hot topic right now. And so whether that's a touchy topic for you is none of my business. It's none of you. You got to talk about these topics. And if you're not bold enough to talk about these topics, you're missing traffic. You're missing traffic. I'm not saying that I have to put it into this topic as the reporter model, but I'm going to build it in to some of the things that I talk about. Why? Because it's a hot topic. And if you don't talk about hot topics, you miss traffic. You want to go on medium.com and build an email list and write an article. Now you can write an article, go to ChatGPT, have ChatGPT write it in anybody's voice that's the top direct response marketer on the planet or the top article writer on the planet, right? The guy who wrote 10x is easier than 2x, 10x is easier than 2x, Ben Hardy. He was medium.com's #1 article writer, blog writer forever. He built thousands and thousands of people every single week to his list through article blogging, right? There's so many ways to do it. I like the reporter model with a good topic because the reporter model with a good topic gets me a warm, hot lead because other people are mailing their already email lists and they already have influence and authority. Say the word authority out loud. Authority is everything. Medium.com, like what Benjamin Hardy did, is he got volume, right? He got volume, which means that when he gets in his list, he needs to do other things to warm people up. I love this model that Adora is doing here right now, because how many of you guys, you love Adora? Put love in the like you love Adora, like you see her heart, you see how precious she is, you see that she's putting it all out there, you see she has a history, she's not afraid to hide her vulnerability, like she's tangible, right? Like she's touchable. There's some people who are not touchable. She's very, very touchable. So I love this reporter model because when you interview people, people get to know you. It's important to drop in some topics that are hot topics. If you don't have an opinion on the identity conversations out there, then have an opinion on something else. It might have been back when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, right? It's like I showed at one of our masterminds, I went and I made a post on Instagram and Facebook, and what was wild to watch, I knew that I would get controversy. And by the way, I want to tell you something behind closed doors. I hate controversy. Like I tell you, it took everything I've got to get on a stage and speak. I wanted to be behind the scenes in my business. I didn't want anybody to see me. I call my business Hardcore Business, not Shanda Sumter, because I never wanted to be the focal point. I never wanted to be the face of the brand. God had a different plan than I had, but I never wanted to be the face of the brand at all. I wanted to be a big company that grew, that had nothing to do with me, especially on a stage or writing books or speaking or presenting. That was like nothing I wanted. Okay. So I share all of that. I share all of that with you because pick whatever topics are that you have an opinion on, right? It doesn't have to be one that you don't really care to talk about, right? Like you don't talk about behind closed doors. But I'm going to call you forward. If you talk about something behind closed doors, then you should bring it forward on the platform because you're actually hiding a part of you. Even if you don't think it's relevant, you're hiding a part of you. And I'm going to tell you, if you put it out there on the platforms, you're going to find that you're going to get some traction. Why? Value. Get what I'm saying? People come to people who they value. So the model is you interview 21 people, or you do a one day and you interview 12 to 15 people. They all email their databases through a registration page, and you really choose people who have 7,000 person lists or more. So when I do the reporter model, I choose 25,000. To be interviewed by me, you need to have 25,000 people on your list. You must email your list 2 times, once a solo email, a second time to the unopens. I know that if I do that, and I'll kind of do some simple math for you so you know how to figure this out and you know what to rely upon. You want your registration page to convert at 50%. Somebody put 50% in the chat, right? Because somebody will hear this and they'll forget it. Put 50% in the chat is what you want your registration page to convert at. So if you look at 50% and say you have 7,000 people is the number that all your experts are going to have 7,000 people on their email list to qualify for this reporter model to work. Then if you have 15 people, that means you're going to be reaching 105,000 people. If 105,000 people on average have a 20% open rate, that drops you down to 21,000 people. If you got 21,000 people hitting your registration page and you have a 50% opt-in rate, that means you just built a list of 10,500. Now let me show you what 10,500 cost if I run traffic online. $157,000. These are real numbers. It costs about $15 for a registration if I run Facebook ads, YouTube ads, and Instagram ads, which I do almost every day of the month. And so we spend anywhere between $250,000 to $600,000 a month on Facebook advertisement, YouTube advertisement, and Instagram advertisement. It's a lot of cash. It really, really pulls down your profitability in your company. This model is a virtual assistant. It is a virtual assistant. If you need one, let me know. I can find you one. We have a whole nother company that does it. It's a virtual assistant, which whatever that cost is, a couple $1,000s. And it is literally you going out there and sending an email or we call them generator emails, but sending an email or a post to people online that traditionally authors, by the way, because authors, if you go to Amazon.com, anybody who has reviews that are more than 60 reviews or more, they have an email list. The people that have like under 60 reviews, they don't have an email list. Any industry, you're going to find people who have reviews on Amazon that have written books that have 200,000 reviews. Those people all have email lists. Kind of a little hack there, right? So the first thing is you want to make a decision. Do you want to do a one day where you just interview live all day, or do you want to do a 21 day and pre-record the interviews, or you could do them live too. The second thing is the key to all of this working is obviously you have to find influencers or authors that will mail, right? That's key. But the second thing is that you need to design an offer that is on this reporter model or after. So put on or after. Somebody put on, make an offer on or after the actual interview series, that design an offer that fits the list. Okay, so this is confusing for a lot of people. So what if I have a coaching program or a course, or I sell real estate for a living? How do I redesign that? You ask the audience what it is that they are struggling with most. So I'm going to give you a quick email, write it down. I'm giving you lots of value here, hopefully, so you can tangibly go get a result. The email survey looks like this. We have another one that's multiple choice, that's more depth, but this one will get you rolling, okay? You send an email, subject line is something like, can I get your advice? People love to give you advice. Haven't you noticed in life? They love to give you advice. So ask them, can you give me some advice in this subject line? This is after the list has actually been built. Then what you want to do is you want to say, where are 3 areas, now think about your industry, 3 areas that you struggle with your weight, 3 areas that you struggle with social media, 3 areas that you struggle with your marriage. Where are 3 areas? So you want 3 areas that they struggle, 3 areas that they really feel like they're winning in the same area. Hit reply to this email. When they do that, you now have your survey. You look for a pattern, you design a better offer. Designing a better offer just means how you make an offer on your products and services. How you actually make that offer needs to be in empathy of what they're feeling right now. Quick example. When COVID happened and the world shut down, I no longer sold freedom, money, grit, any of that. I sold, you got to take action. You can't just sit in your house. You can't be fearful. You can't worry about your family 24/7. Like, you've got to get back into action because you're paralyzed. Paralyzed has no purpose. Paralyzed has no profits. You're either going to sink your family financially if you don't get back into action. So notice what I'm doing. I'm selling the action. I'm never selling a product. Somebody write this down. This will save you. Put it up on the wall. Always sell an emotion. Always sell an emotion. Never sell your product or service. So at the end of the day, the last thing I'd say on this is it's really important to have a reoccurring offer. Sorry for my messiness. A reoccurring offer. What I mean by that is it's great to sell things for $1,000, $3,000, $5,000. Fantastic. The problem is that you can't be in the sales cycle 24/7. I mean, you can when you build a team, right? So we recruit for our sales team every single week. Okay. And so what that does is allows me to keep building my list and my text message and email list. And so my hat is one hat, right? And my sales team's hat is on selling the reoccurring offer. My marketing team is to ask constantly, what's the temperature of people? What are they feeling? Whatever they're feeling, the emotion, we spot the main pattern, boom, we sell the pattern. We sell the pattern through our marketing. Our marketing department is responsible for that. I'm just trying to show you that as you grow, you take off the marketing hat, you take off the sales hat, and you design a reoccurring offer. Because if you don't design a reoccurring offer, then the banks don't love you, and half of them are going out of business right now. The banks don't love you, so it's hard for you to get, small business loans. You got to think past your monthly revenue. You want to go get SBA loans; they're cheap. You don't want to grow at the level that you can generate income. You want to figure out like this model. Many of our clients on this model, they make anywhere between $3,000 and $35,000 on their VIP upgrade page after people register for this reporter model way of doing business, this interview series, right? And so I have clients who just make money on that every single month and they're happy, right? And then I have clients who make money on their thank you page, get their $10, $20, $30, $40,000. And then what they do is they go create a reoccurring offer off the back end and get free. The last thing I'd say, if you took everything away from me today, within the four months of me doing this model, I would do it immediately. I would do a one-day summit. I'd do a one-day summit and I'd be back in business I could do it in 2 weeks. And honestly, I say give yourself 60 days to learn how to do this right. But after you know how to do this, you can do it quickly. So I could do this in 2.5 weeks, which means that within 40 to 60 to 90 days, I'm back in the freedom zone. If I didn't know how to do this, I'd be scared. If I didn't know how to do this, I'd be scared. The only other thing that I would do is after I did this model, I would hire a sales team within 4 months of starting my business. That was the biggest mistake that I did, is I wore too many hats for too long and grew at the level that I could create income. All right, you guys, that's what I got for you. So I hope that was valuable.
Oh my gosh. I know it was valuable. I'm pulling Z up and seeing, we've been reading the comments. Make Shanda bigger and make Z and I smaller on the side. We're big inside, even if we go small. All right. We're almost there, team. There we go. Okay, awesome. So I know people are just loving this. And, you lead with transparency and generosity, which you can tell how that shows up in me saying, I'm going to show you, I'm bringing you my person, right? The model that you all stepped into. What do you want to do there? I'm going to let you, were you about to draw something? Go for it. Okay. I'm like, if something's coming through, I'll be quiet. Messy. Okay. Got it. So as part of our offer that people saw here, the Zone event is part of that. And so I want you to just say a little bit about what is going to happen at the Zone event. And you all can see why I get myself wherever Shanda is, virtually or in person. Anything you want to say about that?
So first of all, I'll share with you guys what we're doing at Zone Event. We haven't done Zone Event for 3.5 years because the world shut down, right? And so in mega event world, anything that starts hitting, 1,500, 2,000 people in a room, it starts to be considered a mega event. And so it wasn't easy to get back into rooms. And even when we started getting back into live events, it wasn't easy to get that event on the books. It's taken almost 2 years to get it on the books because the hotels have just been slammed with all of us that have big lists, big audiences that come, right? So we have this incredible pent up demand for this event. Not to mention I'm fired up to get out there as well. Everybody, I always have security around me. They're like, get out of the audience. I'm like, no way. I want to be with people. I want to be with flip charts. I got flip charts all around the room and I'm walking around and I want to go up to a flip chart and run a strategy, right? Because I've seen more people create millions by just getting clear, right? By just getting clear. So the whole theme of Zone Event this year, it's in Austin, Texas. I've never done an event out in Austin, Texas. So who are my Texas people? Put
Right
Texas.
here, Dallas. Go ahead. Yeah.
So we're excited to come to Austin, Texas and help that local market get up even more. And obviously the people from all around the world that will come to that. But the theme this year, I thought that was really important. Sure, I'm going to teach you how to get reliable marketing. Right? We do something called freedom funnels, and like I know my freedom funnel, and I can turn that spigot on, and I'm like it has something called a 400% return on ad spend. Even if you're not running ads, it means that I'm making 400% on my money every single day. Right? And so if you think about that, the game starts to become, who can I borrow more money from? You know what I mean? Because you have I'll just pay you back at the end of the month. Do you know what I mean? And so that's a really cool place to go. And you never know how long something will last. And so you never take it for granted. You run as hard as you can. This safety game of growing slow is such a dangerous game because we don't know if we'll even have energy or heart left. Like, you know what I mean? Next year. And so I call it a runway. So I'll teach all the marketing and money. That's guaranteed, right? We have flip charts everywhere to run strategies. People walk out with strategies. They walk out with blueprints. All of that stuff is for sure. However, the part that is really unique, that I think is really unique, is that I don't know if you know that there's a coach by the name of Tim Grover. Have you ever heard of him?
I've heard of him, but
so he used to coach Kobe Bryant. Unfortunately, not here anymore, but Michael Jordan, and he coaches a lot of CEOs. And the first thing he does before he ever coaches their business or their game on the court is he goes and he checks out their life. And so let's be really honest, y'all. How many of you guys have somebody in your life that triggers you?
oh yeah.
You feel either unsupported by them, there's energy that goes out towards them, and it's a weight in your ecosystem. So the question is how well have you done getting that person on your team? Do they know where they fit in this game that you're playing? Or, are they holding on to the back of the ski boat? You know what I mean? Because every time you're around, it's like, right? And they're just like, or you've done things in the past that they just don't trust anymore. Right. And so there's some hurt feelings or some trauma. But my point is your atmosphere at home and in your life, your family, your friends. I just read the book, The One Thing. And in The One Thing, and I'm not having a conversation about obese people. Okay, that's not the conversation I'm having. It's if one of your very close friends becomes obese, you have 57% higher chance to become obese. Just take out the offense around weight, okay? Listen to that conversation. This is a Harvard school study, okay? And they found that in the study that this is why who you spend your time with matters. So what Tim would go in to do, he'd go in and he'd be like, what's going on in your home? What's going on with your friends? Who are you spending your time with? Who's in your head? Right? And who do you have some broken relationships with that are not working that you need to get into a 10 out of 10? Somebody put 10 out of 10, right? Somebody put 10 out of 10. You need to be committed to 10 out of 10 because you are sucking, it's like an anchor that's pulling, and it's not a slingshot that's going to go this way. It's going to keep getting heavier until you handle it and you lose years off your life. You lose years off your life. So Zone Event's going to handle your market. It's going to handle your money. Day one, we're going to work on getting your brain to make the hard decisions. My husband said he never wanted a Bible thumping wife. I'm so Bible thumping. No, my company is not Bible thumping. But I said, why do you care if I read Forbes magazine or I read the Bible? Like, I'm not telling you to read Forbes or the Bible. Like, I like this stuff. I get a lot from it. I like it. Right. And so that was a hard conversation. Right. Taxes, like just very hard to get ahead in some cities. I felt like when I'm cutting millions of dollars to the California government, I'm like, this isn't working for me. Like, this is not working for me. Like, this feels like you go invest in real estate. You go, like, we bought land and we bought Oatly milk before it went public. And, you think you're getting ahead and then you get your tax bill. You're like, holy cow, I'm not getting ahead. Like, these things better hit it like big, it's like you're just penalized for being successful. And so, moving to Puerto Rico, my husband and I, neither of us had a desire at all. So we had to get ourselves to just go for a week and look at homes, right? How do you enroll yourself to stop being resistant? So that's all day one. Like, I guarantee you, I'm going to say everybody is not playing a big enough game. I guarantee you. If you are in the weeds, overwhelmed, or busy, you are not playing a big enough game. Because you will eliminate, read the book, The One Thing. Read the book, 10x is easier than 2x. You will eliminate the weeds. You eliminate 80% of what you focus on if your goal is big enough. And the how shows up immediately. That's why people who judge, like, so tired of these people who say, like, the how's not important. It's not. You're not playing big enough. And I'm sure the energy suck in your life is not helping, right? So we need to fix this. So day one is all about getting your head to be a legacy creator and stop being scared of it. Day two is all about marketing and money and the freedom funnels. You pick one. They're not all going to be applicable, but you pick one, and hopefully you bring somebody with you, right? You pick one and you succeed at it, and you can bank on that for the next couple of years. Your mind's clear. Go. Right. And day three is all about that atmosphere. It's like, how do we expand faster and get an expander factor, an X factor happening? But we have to address the hard conversation. So we want to fuel you with the education to know how to land your communication with the people that really you either can't get away from them or you need to get away from them. Right. And how do you have the courage to do that and know that you're making the right decision there? Make sense?
Yeah. So good. So good. Shanda, I know that your time is scheduled and valuable. I just want to say I love you so much. I'm so grateful. So grateful for you in my world.
Tell me about the offer you made. What was the offer you made?
Do you want to bring it up, team? Bring up that offer for us. All right, so let's go past.
I love it.
Yeah. That was from the coaching with you guys and Ash and legacy. How do you build a legacy like Les Brown with your words, right? Let's go to the next slide. So it's the 2-day event in Atlanta, what the whole package is really built around. And that's in that intimate room, 120 people or less. We have a Real Housewife, Sherry of Atlanta. We have Les Brown.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
My husband loves Les Brown. Like, he's one of those people, he's got something on his words that when he speaks, and some of the, like, there's people out there that are anointed and you want to be around them, right? There's people that are anointed. When they speak, there's something on their words that gets you to stand up and go. It's moments where you're sitting in the audience like Rachel Hollis was and went, I'm going to be up on that stage. It's like that moment of conviction that it drops in. Do you guys hear what I'm saying? I'm going to tell you that it goes back to that conversation around we're not hanging out with big enough people. And to get into an intimate room with Les Brown is an epic opportunity. And I don't mean this in any disrespect, but he's not getting any younger. This is the group that's passing the baton on to the next group. And if people are like, I'm going to receive that baton, Les, and I'm going to run with it, then you got to get mentored. These guys get mentored by the best of the best, and their mentors are gone now. And then they hold this wisdom, and this wisdom has to be passed on. And I'm telling you, you want to talk about mindset. Like I am so strong that there is absolutely no fear, self-doubt, or anything that's going to stop me. You get into a room with a man like that, and then you come with your book of action saying, I'm going to take action while he's talking versus I'm just going to listen and go home. I'm going to take action while he's talking. Why would you do that? Because you're high. Yeah. You're high on his wisdom. You're above your problems. I was losing 3 homes into foreclosure, listened to a man like Les Brown, and literally found $21,000 in 30 minutes to invest in a program that changed my life. That's when I got my confidence back. If I wouldn't have gotten into a room like this, I'm telling you, I would not be here today. So I just wanted to say that because, like, Adora, your connections and the people that you know is uncanny. But that man's got something on his words. Keep going. It's powerful.
And Shanda, I just want to jump in here. I would say you're one of the anointed as well.
I was about to say that, Z. Shanda Sanders, one of those anointed that's got something on her words.
All 45 or all 15 minutes here were incredibly inspirational and dense and value packed. There's so many questions that I have still, and we're going to segue into another, but they're incredibly inspirational. Your words were magnetizing. And I know a lot of people, as they're listening, probably want to have more questions.
Yes, yes, yes. We're going to keep that going. Yes. Next slide. Show Shanda while we've got her, the Rich with Connections 5-day virtual camp by me, where I'm helping them look at where are their connections, teaching them exactly what I learned at Pat Summerall Productions and on the movie The Secret, and working with a designer that dressed Prince, and Katie, I got to dress Katie, like all of that most people, you already have the connections in your life and they're right there. And if you don't have them, as long as you have the vision and you can see the win-win, you can get through and create the connection that gives you that quantum leap. So that workshop is like all about that and diving in.
You have a superpower in that. You guys are like, I call Adora. I should actually have her teach me, because it's like, you know, your ability to be able to manifest that and it not be something esoteric that feels hard, it has a formula to it. And to learn that formula again is invaluable, especially if you're going to apply what I taught today. Do you know what I mean? Like one of those lists one of those interviews could produce, you know, 2,500 people on your list, 2,000 to 25 people on your list, which if you took 2,000 people and you multiplied that by $15 a lead, that's a $30,000 interview for you. Not to mention what you can generate from that 2,000 person list. I'm telling you, a list of anywhere between 2,500 to 3,000, you can create $1 million business, right? But do you have the courage to get into a room like this, or is it too much work, right? Yeah. Like you got to take yourself on.
All right.
I just have one more question before we close.
We're not closing yet. We're going through the offer. But make
so
sure.
Much delicious already.
Okay.
So,
I'll give you in a minute.
I honed in on a few things. And one of the things that I honed in is when you said, when you want to go to the next level, you want to clean your heart. Such an important and powerful thing. I would imagine is some of that is letting go or realizing who those triggers are and toxicity it is. But there, so much of us right now are right on the brink of going to the next level and maybe not understanding what that is. Can you expand on that?
I'll do that at Zone Event, you guys.
Awesome.
3 days, you'll be levitating in a good way.
Let's go to the next slide. Z, you just created tension of like people are waiting to hear the vibe jumping in there, but way to go. Okay, so Bill Walsh, I don't know if you know him, Shanda, but he does a wealth camp, and so it's 2 tickets to his wealth camp in Vegas for 2 people.
Bill, I've known Bill. Well, I've been in Bill's space for quite some time. Especially when I was in Vegas, and he, that's a guy who knows how to create wealth. See that, like, this is the best of the best. This is like sitting at the table, and I'm not just saying that, you guys. Like I can't get these guys. You know what I mean? Like Adora can, because she knows the formula, and I have not. Well, you haven't had it till now, and I'm about as honest gets. This is a really smart move for not only your mind, but also your wealth, but also learning how she does it. Because 1, 2, 3 relationships, you don't need 7 of them. 3 relationships, and it totally transforms. You take the model I taught and do a co-creation live stream instead of doing a full reporter model with 3 of them, and you're going to have a 10, 15,000 person list. I mean, you're in the multiple millions. You couple that with coming to our Zone Event, and we'll give you blueprints and marketing. You're good. Like you're solid. So sorry, I keep interrupting you.
I love it. I want it. We're just going to record it and keep sending yours out. Okay, keep going. Yeah, and what is that? Yes. In Austin, which you guys, as soon as she put this event out, I booked myself. And I actually schedule my whole year. As soon as Shanda starts saying, we're going to show up, we're doing this in Puerto Rico, I'm like, when are they doing it? I'm that annoying person that's like, I need to know, because I'm scheduling the rest. I'm scheduling, even if I can coach an HCL based on what Shanda's dropping with zone events. So you want to be there. And
yeah, it's good. I cannot wait to get up on that stage. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be electric. Can I give one like kind of
I give whatever you want.
heaven story? When we booked this event, we're at the Fairmont Hotel, which if you know about the Fairmont Hotel, it's 5-star. Like, I feel like there's like a heaven light all over this. It's 5-star hotel. We go to the Fairmont. We pay usually about $2,600 a night for a room. The event sales director is a fan of Hardcores and of our company. And she literally cut a deal with us. So we have like a 2.5, 3-star price for the hotel. Wow. Right. So we will send you the link, Adora, to book the hotel for everybody who jumps into this offer today and handles your wealth, handles your mind, gets the wisdom of Les Brown. I think Les Brown is just like, that's just epic. He's like Tony Robbins. It's just in the essence of, he's actually better than Tony Robbins. Sorry, don't tell Tony that. But it's like, and the reason why he is because there's something soft and just remarkable on his words. And I keep saying that because I know that the man's not going to be here forever. And people will like talk about a legacy. That's a man that you're going to be listening to his work for generations and generations and generations, to be able to get into a room with them, to be able to, like, I don't know, buy a ticket for your best friend, like buy a ticket for your kid. Do you know what I mean? And put your kid in that room and have that, like, break generational curses and literally be able to amplify your legacy is just, those are just moments that I don't see the same. I don't see, like, in my generation, I don't see very many people who have that same anointing and blessing. And I just really encourage you guys to get uncomfortable if you're comfortable and go to it. I'll hook you up at Zone Event. It's November 28th, 29th, and 30th. It's the end of the year in Austin, Texas. I promise you I will over deliver and take care of your money and your mind and your life at the same time. But to come off him and have some momentum, it's just really powerful. It really is.
Yeah, and also that room and the 120 people, it's not just about being in that room and what you're going to receive, but I'm in there helping you utilize the room, actually getting connected. Our team, they're assigned to 5, 6, 7 of you and they know your applications, they know who you need to connect to, they know all of that. So it's everything that you're saying on top of the collaborations you leave with, the partners, the relationships, the leaps. And then Shanda, like I said, I schedule my whole life around what she has going on, especially when it's live. And so get in there. You'll be right there with the best of the best, getting the exact training, Well,
here's what I'll do. I'll upgrade this general ticket to a diamond ticket, which means you sit at the front of the room. You've got your own table. You got early entrance and you get the meet and mingle because, we got dogs now. We get the meet and mingle. So the night before we'll have a party. So everybody who jumps in, everybody who's already jumped in, you got that. But if you jump in the next 15 minutes, because you already know if you want to do it. So if you jump in the next 15 minutes, Adora, you just tell our team what it is. I'll upgrade you to an $800 ticket. It's a diamond ticket. You get a meet and mingle. So you'll get to meet me. You'll get to, Adora will be there. But it actually kind of fits in nicely with what you're going to train around how to actually build that core group of influencers. I mean, I have clients that we've taken to $1 million a month in 35 days. Right? I have clients that came at $20,000, not an income claim because I can't give it, but clients that have come at $20,000, 3 years later doing $250,000 a month. But you know what's even more powerful is that client that I'm thinking of, she finally has a CFO because she can hire a CFO that knows more than her about money. Well, that CFO told her that she couldn't invest more money because we pay ourselves first before we pay our bills. And her CFO said, that doesn't make sense. Your company's not doing that. She's doing $250,000 to $300,000 a month, but you can't put the amount you want in that slush fund. She called me up and I said, don't listen to your CFO. He works for you. I was like, you go prove him wrong. You ask him what you need to create in the company to be able to slush that away. And then you go do it. Right. And she did it. right? She did first 2 months, it was stretchy because she has to do that every month. And now it's in her wheelhouse. So let's make hard normal, right? Let's get hard into normal and experience more of life. The only thing we're going to regret is we didn't play big enough. That's what we're going to regret. And playing big enough means you don't neglect your family. You don't neglect your fitness. I'm doing 75 hard right now, which means I'm working out twice a day, no alcohol. I could use a drink here and there, a glass of wine at least, but no alcohol, reading 10 pages a day, 2 workouts a day. And it's actually become normal now. Now it's just, and so I threw like a 7-day fermented cleanse on top of it and had to take something every 30 minutes. I'm only sharing this with you because it's actually doing the hard things that actually moves you faster. Everybody wants to move faster. They're like, I'm not where I'm supposed to be at this time in my life. I'm like, I can trace it back to the fact that you didn't have a value, right? You held your worthiness down. You suppressed yourself, right? Thinking that, well, I haven't hit that big goal, so I'm just going to do a 2x thinking and just inch it up a little bit. I'm telling you, 10x really is easier than 2x. It really is. And this type of bundle is not something you'll ever get again. You're never. This truly is a once in a lifetime, and you all know it because you won't get this again. How do you put Bill Walsh, Les Brown, myself, Adora all into a box and shake it?
And there's one more. Show them one more. 100K in 100 days. Another one. Go past that. Past the
I'm a success story of Rob's. I was just text messaging him the other day.
You were? Well, awesome. I told him about your event in August and he was like, I love Shanda. I'm on it. Okay. So we've got that. Keep going. He's in the Austin event. I mean, our Atlanta event. The first 10 get to go to Ken Jocelyn's. It's a $500 ticket here in Dallas, end of July. Brendan Burchard, Randy Garn, Vic Keller, Gary Brecka. Outrageous. So you just added all your friends. Yes, you just added. Well, let's talk about connection. I went to Puerto Rico, Kim and Tom, who I love, who met Shanda separate. They knew her separately. I was already in Shanda's ecosystem. I was already in Kim and Tom's ecosystem. Came to Puerto Rico, went to church with you guys, met Brent Gove. Brent Gove loved Dennis Waitley. So we take a picture together. Then we do a mastermind in La Jolla with Brent Gove's people. Brent Gove says you need to meet Ken. Yeah, because Dennis was the first one to touch Brent Gove's entrepreneurial heart at 18. And he was like, take a picture and tell him. And I was like, no, I'll put you on a Zoom. So he flew 20 people into La Jolla, just us and Dennis. And Ken was one of them. And then Ken and I became really good friends. He's like, you're like me. You're a woman like me. I've never met. We're the same heart. And now Ken, so look at that full circle of association and like following inklings.
What I love about this is all high touch.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because how many of you guys know when you get a home study program, you don't finish it? I mean, there might be a rare bird in here that does. You are a rare bird, right? People don't do it. They don't finish it. Why? Because there's no accountability to it, right? So this is filled with accountability because you're actually getting to be with people. This is what I mean by spotting patterns, both in your marketing to be able to sell emotions and help people actually get what they want and have the courage to get what they want, but it's also for yourself. You gotta be able to spot the patterns. That's how you know you're making a good decision. So accountability is I think I've probably talked about accountability so much over the last 3 months because I've realized like, what can I give people more of? And I'm like, shit, like they need accountability. They need to follow through. And it's much easier to follow through when you build a network of people who are ballers and they follow through. Look at how quick Adora became friends with these people. Brett Grove, by the way, is supposed to be coming to come visit me. He's on the other side of the island, so I need to call him today.
I love it. Last one, you wait till you see the prize. We'll go fast, and that way we can let Shanda go. This is the legacy shirt because 1/3 of all the profits here are going to the harbor in Albuquerque, New Mexico. They rehab, rescue, house children from sex trafficking, and they close at 9 p.m. we're looking to keep them open 24/7 for an entire year, and it's a $150,000 raise, right? So we've been at this since December, and this is our go at that. Your name goes on this legacy shirt that all these celebrities are honored to wear, to sport, and all that. So you get the shirt, the hoodie, and the poster.
So incredible.
And the whole package is $2,500. Can you believe that?
That's cheap.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys are insane if you don't. That's just cheap.
I know.
That's
I
great.
know.
I mean, that's called a hookup. That's a hookup. That is a hookup. $2,500. That is a hookup. That's incredible. All
Well,
right.
and I learned from you. I learned that from you, to be thinking, how can I hook them up? How can I hook them up? How can I hook them up?
That's so good. So where they go? AccelerateMyLegacy.com.
Yes.
I just saw it across the bottom of the screen. AccelerateMyLegacy.com. So good. Well, you guys, it was an honor for me to be here. I hope you guys take action on this. I think that's an incredible offer, and it's filled with accountability. So if you're someone who doesn't follow through, or you wish you were further than you are now, I had to get out of my house to be able to be with these type of people, to be able to win. And I'll tell you, I said to Ash just the other day, I said, we got to watch that we don't get too comfortable in our place, because you've got to get out and be with people, because those conversations are so rich. And it's one conversation. I had one conversation on the beach here with Sarah Blakely, who started Spanx. And I know her husband, and I know her too, but I did an event with her husband, and I was sitting on the beach with her, and she goes, "How you doing, Shannon?" I go, "I think I'm going to hire a CEO for my company because I'm in the weeds." And she started to laugh, and she goes, "If you're in the weeds, you're doing the role of CEO wrong. You should only ever be talking to two people in your company, and that's it." And she goes, and that one conversation, within 60 days, I completely changed how I was operating. I became this person. I was like, I'm going to train this once. We're going to record it. You make it a playbook, and then I never come back here again. You guys are good. So I'm able to put my culture and my touch and my heart over hardcore business in all of the departments, but not have to be the person that gets pulled back into the weeds anywhere. And so I just share with you, it's just one conversation that can change everything for you. And most of us are not hanging out with people that have a high enough viewpoint in life that conversation is going to do anything but just inch you or be, oh yeah, I should do that. Like you need somebody of great influence with great weight on their words, right? Great weight on their words, that when they speak, somehow it gets past the spiritual warfare, drops, and it's like there. And by the way, God uses broken people. He uses Christians, Catholics, Jewish, New Age. He uses them all. Do you know what I mean? And so let's stop the segregation out in the world. I'm Christian. I think that's the way to go. You know what I mean? Dora knows that. That's why I got her little tushy in church when she came to me. I'm bullish on scripture. I'm bullish, right? However, I 100% am not pompous to think that God only uses Christians. Do you get what I'm saying? So we need to open up. We need to pay attention. You need to realize when you get that knock on the door, like an offer like this is an unbelievable offer, right? Especially if that was a stretch financially for $2,500. That's a freaking problem. That you should be alarmed by that. And you should say, you know what? That fear is not going to dominate me anymore. I can handle $2,500. I'm going to find $2,500 right now. Somebody has $2,500, right? Like I got points on a credit card somewhere, or somebody's got points on a credit card somewhere. Like you need to start thinking like that, because as you get above the problem, you get altitude. I'm not insinuating anybody's in that situation. I'm just giving an example of when you want something and you don't do it, you create a crutch, an anchor, a ceiling in the atmosphere of your life, and a miracle's trying to get in, and you're saying, not yet. Not yet. And you got to stop that. So go to acceleratemylegacy.com and be smart. And I can't wait to see you at a diamond seat at Zone event.
Yes. Thank you so much, Shanda. I love you. I appreciate you. We're going to send that, just cut that up and send it out everywhere. Everyone. Yeah. Thank you so much. You're amazing. And I know you guys got so much value here. Imagine 3 days in a room with her, and she will not let you hide. So you're going to, what she said about handling your mind, your money, your atmosphere, it is done. And then imagine all that you will have opened along the way. And you'll get her free gift to RSV for SOD, Shanda On Demand. Have her every Monday in your ear. All right, Shanda, thank you so much.